everybody. We are going live tonight. We do have a guest. He'll be here shortly, but nevertheless, you're stuck with me. So if you don't know who we are, I am Tamika Reed. We are Women in Linux. Uh, you can find us across social media everywhere with Women in Linux. Uh, and let's get started. If you have not been to our website, you can check us out, womeninlinux.org. If you want to connect with us after this, you can do a 101 on Calendly. I always mess that word up. Or you can connect with us on Slack. Here, drop in your email. You will need the Slack app, or if you're on your desktop, you can just use the web browser for Slack. If you want to shop with us, you can hit all products. You hit shop, then hit all products, and you'll find just a array of products. Again, this will be our 5th year anniversary stuff, so we will be in this pretty soon in December. All right, so let you know that. And last but not least, if you want to donate with us, if you want to donate to us, because today is Giving Tuesday, you can donate by hosting an event with us. You can donate with your time. You can donate via PayPal. There are a slew of things that you can do in terms of contributing. Remember, everything that we do is always the contribution is not to us. The contribution is to you. The reason why we have on guests, the reason why we talk to people, the reason why it's all because of you, and we try to bring that to you. And it takes time in order for us to do that. So I want to give a shout out to Zoe. I see you out there. Hey everybody, hey fam, what's going on? What's going on, Sasha? How you doing? And what's going on, Casey? How you doing? Or C Casey, I should say. How you doing? So we wanted to make sure we get a shout out. Hold on, and this is the person calling. Oh, 1 second, 1 second, 1 second. Rudy. So I'm back. So again, I wanted to have that with you. Now let's talk. Oh yeah, the other thing, IT Pro TV. Let me go to that link. There's an affiliate link. The promo code is IP Pro TV. Now, I've talked about this before. For everybody that's out there getting certs, it's nice. That's cool. But we have what we call continued education credits that you have to maintain. So all those IT skills and stuff, like if you get the A+, you have to look and see what trumps the A+ in order to continue to maintain the A+. If you get the CISSP, you have to do continuation education credits for the CISSP. So let's go look that up. CISSP, continuing education, right? So see what we call CPEs right here. You can go to some events and you'll earn these CPEs. What you end up doing is you up wherever you got your cert from, you'll upload those certificates and stuff like that, and then account towards your CPE. So I think I think they may need 120. I don't remember per se, but I from what I remember with the Security Plus, you need 50 credits. So why am I talking about IT Pro TV? Well, any of the classes that you take and you earn a certificate for taking the classes, you can utilize that as part of your continual education credits on for whatever it is, like if it's cloud or if it's Kubernetes or something like that. You get a chance to use those as your continual education credits, so that way you don't have to keep taking the same classes over and over again. You move forward. The goal will be like, oh, I got my Security Plus, and then you want to move up the chain to something else, right? So those are the things that you need to be on the lookout for when we're talking about it, all right? What's going on, Future Jones? How you doing? All right. So did anybody get a chance to check out our show that we did on Saturday? The I want to say the first show. Did y'all get a chance to check that out? And I do want to say this: tune in to this show with the DevSecOps. That's going to be super important because Amy Rich is gonna come on to talk about DevSecOps and security and the whole nine. A little bit more in depth, a little bit more in detail on that. But on our show with Tech Stocks and Jobs, with the when we talked about Planet, did anybody remember Planet? Y'all remember me talking about Planet, Planet.com? Go here. You remember this right here? Do you remember talking about with this right with the data? Who they partner with? But did you this one right here? Planet to acquire Vanderset. All right, so let's go look at Vanderset. And I was exploring the site the other day, and I was just like, "Who is Vanderset?" Well, let's show you what Vanderset does. Unmatched water data, satellite observed, right? And I overlooked this totally. So again, observing water data, again observing what's going on. Again, they're in agriculture, insurance and banking, water and climate, right? So I overlooked this, and the reason why this is gets into a lot of things are around. Uh, Remember, I talked about ESG funds and the infrastructure and the global ETF. Um, this is along the lines of the same things that I was talking about there. So I wanted to make sure I pointed this out to you. So let they got acquired by them. So you can imagine how much data they already had and what are they gonna do with that data too, right? So let's go look. Let's see, there's the team, and then let's go look at careers. Our vacancies read more DevOps Engineer Earth Observation, Developer Infrastructure Team. Let's blow this up. No. All right. So the infrastructure team is responsible for developing and maintaining the processing environment, which enables Vanderset to produce, distribute, iterate on our global derived data products. This includes building, scaling, monitoring of our processing chain, enabling easy and fast access to our products for internal external users via APIs, vendor set near users via APIs, and the vendor set data view. We work closely with scientists and R&D teams. So I was just on Erica Williams' show for Tech Tuesday, and one of the things that actually came up was what do I need to get started in tech, and what do I need to get started in having a career in tech. And one of the big things that I think oftentimes that gets overlooked is not just your soft skills, but your ability to network and sell yourself. So there's other things in tech that you can use to get started, but you also technical wise, but you also need. I mean, some people don't like to call them soft skills. Some people like to call them just other skills, but again, we're apples and oranges here, or apples and apples if you want to look at it that way. All right, but so let's get into this. So we spend most of our time writing software, collaborating on issues, and code reviews in GitLab. We use continuous integration for testing and continuous deployment. Remember, there's a difference between continuous deployment and continuous delivery, right? And I'm gonna show that in a minute. Then this is an important distinction that you must have. All right. On our back end is based on Python and Flask. So they're already telling you what their stack is. And this is what I like to see in job descriptions, because I want to be able to do this. I want to be able to do a CI/CD pipeline, right? I want to be able to do this. I want to be able to get a clear picture about what it is that you're actually doing, right? I want to get a visual from the job description of what you're doing. So back on this job description, they're already telling me they're using GitLab and they're doing code reviews inside of GitLab. So that means first off, I need to go get an account at GitLab, which is free. I need to learn how to do code reviews and merge requests and pull requests in GitLab. And then I need to understand what continuous integration is, and then testing and continuous deployment. And remember, I said there's a difference between continuous deployment and continuous delivery. And then they're using Python and Flask. Huh. Okay, so I need to learn those things. And it says services are running in Docker containers, mostly in Kubernetes. Well, when we get to thinking about Kubernetes, they've already given me some ideas here. If I jump down here, deploy monitor servers on Google Cloud. So they're using GKE. They're using they're creating Docker containers and APIs probably with Flask and Python, right? And then they're also deploying. They're also using GitLab to deploy. So they have an integration because GitLab by default has an integration with Google Cloud, and so again, that's what they're doing there. So it's just like they're giving you a way to study for the interview. And if you don't get that from a job description that you're looking at, the first thing I would do is want to ask questions. So if you can find a way to apply, or a recruiter or someone that works there to give you a little bit more information. The next one is building tools and automation around common deployment and monitoring tasks. All right, so they're probably going to use something in Google Cloud to monitor the task. They need to monitor the GKE cluster. They need to monitor the containers. There needs to be security of that, right? Establish best practices to improve the system security. Assist other team members with deploying their applications. So that means I'm working with other teams. How many people am I working with these other teams? Who am I working with other teams? How well do I work with other people on other teams? Um, Contribute to design of our system. Okay, big picture. Remember, I told you about having that big picture, that 50,000 foot view of, okay, well, let's look at a GKE cluster. All right, let's go here. Let's look at GKE cluster, and let's just look at images. Okay, so this is just a here's just a basic, and then I want to get into what they got there. Okay, it didn't come up yet. Okay, so look, so in GCP you have to have a project, and I've gone on this in our meetups. You create a project. Once you create a project, then you can create resources within that project. All right, so let me show you what I'm talking about. So if I go to cloud.google.com and I go to not support but console, let me go to console. So when I go into the console, you see this is a project here. This little piece right here is a project. I'm in a project, right? And then in that project, I get a chance to create. I can create VMs. I can create a I could change something in my dashboard, but there's more stuff down here like Anthos. I can use Google GCE, Google Compute Engine, to create a VM. Kubernetes. That's what when we talk about GKE, that's what we're talking about here, and create a cluster, and so forth, right? So inside of here, inside of Google Cloud, they inside of that project that you create, they created a load balancer, they created a regional load balancer, and they created one, two, three clusters, and one in the US East West, right? These are regions and then zones, right? And so it's a global load balancer. So basically, if I deploy application, it should get deployed around to all of these. And if this cluster goes down, I still have my application being visible by my people on these particular clusters as well too, or in different regions. So that's what they're showing there. And then they get more into it. So let's go back to our job description. Vendor set. All right, they say care about observability of our infrastructure. That gets into SRE. Remember I told you about SRE at Google? Um, um, hold on. Now, when I told you about SRE in Google, so if you go sre.google, right? Here's sre.google, right? And here is where you can find books and resources, but more so importantly, what stands out on this web page, on this job description, is observability. What is observability? How is observability defined? What does it mean to have observability? Who uses it? Why is it important? Those type of things are things you're going to need to know. So let's look up, we can do observability, and let's type in Google, because Google created SREs, right? Google's approach to observability, right? And this came back in 2017, but it's still relevant. All right. So they go into a little history about it, and then they get into a cross stack framework. Then they also start talking about, okay, analytics, billing, data storage, uh, data store, ACL, right? So that here is how they're looking at analytics, the analytics of billing, the data storage, and so forth. Then they get into components. Observability is a multi-dimensional problem. We currently provide stats collection, and distributed tracing, but it can be extended by other components. So tracing, stats, logging, tags. What is the uptime on this? How are things being? How much time is being wasted when we're delivering, using our APIs, monitoring. Uh, does is the application for what's the application performance like, the cluster performance and so forth, even the Docker performance, right, or container performance, right? And then they got white box and black box hacking and the future of observability. Now this is from 2017, right? So there's some more forward thinking since then, but it's a good foundation to get you started on. Let me make sure there are no questions and stuff and so forth. All right, cool. And drop a one in the chat if you understand exactly what I'm talking about. D, I did not send the link, but I can. I thought that's what you did. But let me copy this. Let me pull this up and copy it. I thought you sent it in the email or in the chat. Give me 1 second, folks. Let me get a link over to somebody. I gotta pull up my Slack. Okay, she said she sent it. Okay, cool. All right. Now where's my thing yet? All right, cool. All right, so type a one in the chat if you understood what I was talking about. Welcome. I don't know why I want to call you Lil Duval on that name, because that's exactly what it looked like to me. But ILUV that. Thanks for coming over to the show. I hope you're liking the information. Linda D, what's going on? All right. So that's what I wanted to point out. That's what I wanted to point out when we're talking about uh, uh, planet and the acquiring of Vandersat, right? And what they're using. So again, this right here, and this is in the Netherlands, but again, you're talking about creating a deployment to a satellite. We're talking about DevSecOps to a satellite. So DevSecOps to a satellite. I bet you there'll be some stuff come up for that, right? Let's go and look. So DevSecOps Insights, the DevSecOps in space, right? Challenging and updating satellites on orbit, right? Oh man, I gotta subscribe. Let me go back and see if I get another one. Satellite industry and cybersecurity. Lockheed Martin Software Factory. Lockheed Martin Software Factory is an industry DevSecOps software engineering serving aerospace and defense sectors. How Kubernetes could transform DoD's satellite fleet. All right. So these are the kind of things that again that I talk about with skill stacking. This is what I was talking about. No. How about no? And can we cancel and close? Oh no, I guess not, huh? I should. Here we go. All right, close. All right, cool. All right, I'm gonna blow this up. Kubernetes is going space. DoD needs a way to transform its satellite fleet to make it easier to maintain and update and to adapt as requirements change. As an initiative called Satellite One, the military is looking at how DevSecOps and Kubernetes can enable rapid delivery of software updates in space, paving the way for the use of AI and machine learning applications. I talk about this every Saturday when we're talking about this, and we're talking about creating a deployment pipeline to update things in space, right? So, Satellite One, and we'll go look at this, is leveraging Platform One. I talked about this before. Continuous integration and delivery alongside Kubernetes provisioning and develop and deployment. The challenge is finding a solution that can work in I guess austere conditions. There are two big problems among others. Space ready hardware is costly, so the DoD needs software that doesn't need a lot of compute power. Remember when I talked about those IoT devices, those risk? Uh, you can look this up. Risk in Kubernetes, right? When we talking about those K3 clusters, remember I was talking about that embedded Linux. Remember I discussed that. This is what we're getting into when we're looking at this. So let's go back to that and look at that some more. Where's the link at? All right. As a say on orbit satellite software updates are often not possible or incredibly time consuming due to poor connectivity. So, how do I get something that's, you know, millions of mile away and update and make sure it's safe, right? And make sure what we're delivering is safe. We don't want to knock out a satellite, right? We don't want to knock out a whole hemisphere, right? As a result, DoD satellite fleets have not been able to take advantage of recent advances in AI and ML that have potential to dramatically improve the processing of of satellite imagery. So remember those satellites that got launched by Starlink and the satellites that are launched by Tesla being able to do embedded Linux or K3s or Kubernetes doing machine learning modeling at the edge when we're talking about this. This is why this whole thing here with the vendor and gathering those images and be able to analyze that in real time in space and not come all the way back to earth or some station in space to do an analysis. That's why that's important, right? All right, so then we as a result, blah blah blah. Okay, yeah, yeah. There's where Susi RG3 K3s was designed as a lightweight, compact version of Kubernetes that could run in remote, low power, hostile environments. In other words, wind, rains, comets, and so forth. So K3s, right? So K3s on see K3s Kubernetes, right? K3.io. And there's one from Susi too. But again, Edge, IoT, ARM, when we talk about that, GPUs is where we're going with that, and CI. So perfect for Edge. So here they show here how a K3 server is set up. Let me blow that up. So they have a K3 server and then you have agents. Now, anybody familiar with Kubernetes, this should look really familiar. The kubelet and having kubelet over here and then container D, Remember we talked about container runtime. Um, and then we got the pods that we have out there, and then the next thing we have is the API server, the supervisor, the tunnel proxy, the process, and K3 server and K3 agents, right? So you got to have it's a server agent, and they have Flannel. Flannel is the networking piece of this versus having Calico, right? So you got container D, three and the pods and so forth. So again, this is just the architecture to get started, and they go through and show you how to deploy and so forth and so on. Rancher has K3s, and we should use K3s to create one. So great for Edge, IoT, CI development, embedding K8s, and so forth, and ARM, right? So this is where we're at when we're talking about the whole space, the electrical grid, um, uh, anything in the ocean. When we're talking about monitoring the ocean and so forth, that's what we're talking about. All right, yeah, hit the like button for what we're talking about now. So if you're in the audience and you're like, Tamika, I don't know what you're talking about. I'm new to this. I have no idea what you're talking about. Well, good, because that means you're here and you're ready to learn. All right. So now when we start talking about how to get started, right? Now I always lean towards Safari Online, because the Safari, at least with Safari, you could get an idea of like what how things work, right? Let me see. Can I sign in with that? I think I can. I think I can sign in. Let's see. Yep, yep. All right. So look at that. Load balancing Kubernetes and Docker, right? Automatically comes up. But let's go ahead and do Kubernetes. Or let's do K3s actually. Say you just want to get right into it. And let's see what we pull back. All right, let's go back with videos, and then I'll look at learning paths. All right, so that's Spark. All right, Kubernetes. This came out 2018 on the cloud. CNCFCKA certification. All right, let me see if somebody got a booking here. If not, I'll go on the Linux Foundation site. Linux Foundation, not Foundation, Foundation. K3's learning. All right, here we go. So they do have one. Introduction to Kubernetes on the Edge, right? 156 class, right? What is it for? The course is designed for those interested in learning more about Kubernetes, as well as deploying applications or embedded sensors in the edge locations, what you will learn, what it prepares you for. And then they have a course outline right here. So let's go and look at the course outline. Um, Edge computing, a case for edge computing, compute landscape, scaling and system on chip devices. What is it? Why is it needed? Setting up your own lab, deploying real workloads with Kubernetes API functions at the edge, challenges, continue your journey, and then you take the exam. Prerequisites. Let's look at the prerequisites. You should be familiar with what? Somebody type it in the chat. The Linux operating system and how to use common CLI commands to pass arguments. So I always tell you to start with Linux first. This is why. And then the next thing you have is a basic understanding of some prior experience of deploying applications to Kubernetes would be helpful too. You will need to be able to run Docker on your computer. But understanding how to deploy applications to Kubernetes should probably take you 1 day to learn. 1 day. It's not going to take you that long to how to do kubectl, apply -f, and deploy a file, or you understand how to use a Helm chart. You can spend a day and learn that and be ready to rock. I think the hardest part about Kubernetes is understanding how it is used, where it is used, keeping things functional and operating, right? Keeping it up to date. But that may not be your choice, right? You may be just a person that create the application and then deploy the application, right? Yep. So then, when we look at where to go get our training from, search the internet, search Twitter for free classes, search Women in Linux. That's why we have Women in Linux. That's why we have the Slack group, because we post a lot of training so you can get this stuff at your fingertips for free. All right. The other thing about this is, don't isolate yourself and try to learn this by yourself. Like, this is why we have the Slack group. We want you to learn together. We want you to be a part of a community. We want your community. The Slack group is your network, right? So, if you're not getting help from us, please get help somewhere like Charter Peachtree Hospital in Atlanta. All right, cool. That's right, friend Sasha Linux. What's going on, Cisco 5? Classes in session, take notes. That's right. That's what we're doing here. All right. So now, is Rudy ready? I can keep going. This is, I got time today. I should be studying it though, but this helps me study. What's going on there, sir? You on mute.
Is that better?
Oh yeah, I can hear you now.
Okay.
You guys talk up a little bit though.
Okay. How's that?
I
Is that better?
I know you want to be silky, silky, smooth,
Don't
soul
do it to me.
sexy. I know
Don't
you
do
want to
it to
be
me.
sexy.
No.
You want to
Mm-mm.
be sexy for the
No.
ladies.
No, I can't with you.
All right, all right. So I'm gonna give you a name, an introduction, and then I'm gonna let you introduce where you're at and what you want to give out and so forth. All right.
Okay.
So Mr. Rudy McComb is we're friends from Bit, but primarily we're friends from going to conferences.
Yeah.
So let me tell you about Rudy. Anytime you go to a conference, Rudy got the hook up for all the places that got the food, the snacks, the entertainment. He on the list, and he knows somebody that knows somebody. So he be at all the Microsoft was having this party over here. Such and such is having this party over here. So
Hey, got to.
Rudy is the guy that when we at the conference we like, oh, we about to slide with Rudy. So that's how we know each other, but also we know each other from a technical standpoint when it comes to Kubernetes and K3s, embedded Linux, scaling applications, and so forth. So I'll let you give your introduction and your background, and then we'll get into the interview.
All right, cool. So I'm Rudy McComb. Glad to be on here. Um, I've been in tech probably since I got out of college. I actually went to school for it. And started off doing help desk stuff, building PCs. And just to kind of fast forward to where I'm at now. Right now, I founder of a company called Think Big. We've been in business since about 2009. We do primarily Kubernetes. We do DevOps as a service, do security, anything having to do with the cloud. That's our primary focus. We do a lot of work around Kubernetes, around AKS, EKS, GKE, service mesh, things of that nature. Been working with Kubernetes since about 2016, formerly with Mirantis. Uh, Prior to that, doing OpenStack, also with Mirantis and Harbor Freight, a couple other companies as well. And just watching this space grow, there hasn't been a lot of uh, experienced personnel when it comes to running Kubernetes in production, at least back around 2016, 2017. Now, I would say there's more people who run Kubernetes, they just don't know how to run it in production still. So a lot of people still running it in dev. But the community has grown a lot. Heard you talking about K3s, a lot of work that Rancher has been doing around that space. And it's been good to see the CNCF just kind of blossom around those different projects that have spun off from that. So, um, done configuration management with Puppet, Chef, Ansible, Terraform, you name it. But like I said, right now, primary focus is just growing my company, taking on new clients and projects, and just helping people basically optimize their applications and their containers for the cloud, for Kubernetes, and help them understand that space and be able to navigate things like CI/CD pipelines and um, uh, container management and real time remediation for containers that are out in the wild running inside of a pod. So,
Now, when you talk about, you named off like probably a ton of stuff. Container, you talked about configuration management, you talked about some observability, you talked about performance, you talked about scaling, you also talked about what and even what the clients need, right? So when a client comes to you
mm,
saying they have an issue with their Kubernetes cluster. Let's just say they have an issue. I'm just gonna make it real blanket,
yeah.
real general. They have an issue with their cluster. What does it? What is your approach to helping that customer solve their problem? Like, what would be your what's your day one? I guess template to that customer.
That's a good question. So the way we start off, we like to find out what space they're in, and then also, just get an idea for what critical applications are running inside of the cluster, how long the cluster has been been active, um, and we really like to find out who's managing it, right? When was the last time upgrades were done on the cluster? Are there any type of workloads that are not, you know, pre-DR'd, right? Things that are just out there. People they tell you not to deploy snowflakes, but here we are 2021, people still deploying snowflakes into Kubernetes. So but we like to assess those things, and then talk with key stakeholders to find out any concerns that they have about those applications that are running there, and then try to get metrics and logs, try to get all the observability components from that cluster. If we can find out what type of containers are running out there, we'll get that information as well. And then we like to get a timeline in terms of, what is the client's deadline? Do they have a hard date and day where that cluster has to be in X state, or a certain application has to be in X state, right? It could be something like a migration. It could be a remediation target that they have to hit due to some other external key stakeholders, like some sort of security pop that they've had, something from Mandiant FireEye, something from GDPR. Those type of things really help us get a good idea of what we're working up against. And then from there, we can kind of put together a battle plan, a strategy. And then we also like to find out what the client's expertise is, right? We could go ahead and do something, but if they can't take care of it after, while that would be great for us, we want to make sure that our customers feel empowered, and that they don't just feel like somebody just came in, did a bunch of stuff, and they have no idea what just happened.
Right. So now, sounds like you're leaving a working playbook behind, or some directions, or
Absolutely.
hey, hey, sign on to this nice little form here for support.
Right. I mean, there's a component of that, but when we come in, I mean, we offer everything from training, so like I said, just basic, being able to substitute and augment an already existing staff of SREs or DevOps engineers, right? So we don't want to come in and assume, but we kind of read the layout of the land and say, okay, what is your need? Here's all of our services that we offer, and we can do a lot, right? So we like to find out where we can partner. Where we can partner, we'll establish those partnerships. At the end of the day, when a customer is working with us and when we're finished, we want them to have in their mindset that was a great experience. We learned a lot. We feel better, empowered. And matter of fact, can you just stay with us? Can you all just embed your team, right? You have to leave. Like, we don't want them to say, okay, we're happy to see you go. like some other vendors, once they pay that PO. But we want them to feel like, that was really cool. We can actually do some great work with them. Let's see what else they can offer. And we also do staffing as well. So we have that component to offer our clientele.
So you basically what I hear you saying is what I say all the time. You walk in knowing there's a problem and you're offering a solution to the problem. But you are the solution from top to bottom, from training to staffing to even I don't want to necessarily call it hand holding, but overseeing and empowering your customers to know that they can still learn and still grow at the same time, and you don't have to have me there to do that.
Exactly.
But here's a step on how to do that, right?
Exactly.
Right. So now when it comes to the pushback that you receive, because there's, I mean, if you've been in the industry, teams don't like it when somebody else is called in to do the work that they
Mm-mm.
that
Mm-mm.
they've been getting paid to do.
Right.
So what is your? I know what my approach is. Um, when working with other team members, I'm actually going to end up facing that now.
Okay.
But what is your approach to de-escalating those issues that may arise? Because there are some common themes that happen every single time.
Hmm.
There's always one or two people that ain't gonna like you. It's just
Correct.
what it is.
Yeah.
And they're not gonna like you for not just because of you. They just don't like you because you're coming in. How do you
Exactly. I
do
mean,
this?
so there's a couple ways that we tend to handle those. Number one is just having a conversation. Really, I feel like we get more support when we come in with honey rather than coming in with hot sauce. So, sitting down with the clients, sitting down with the team, saying, hey, you know what, we understand here are your pain points. What are some things that you all have wanted to get accomplished, but you haven't for whatever the reason, right? We don't care about the internal politics. What are those bullet point items, right? We wanted to do this. We try to do this. We want that list, right? We will take those team members, that organization, that department, and turn them into allies, right? So when we go to their managers, right, their directors, their VPs, we can say, hey, listen, here's what we found. And what we're gonna bring up is 9 times out of 10 is gonna be the exact same things that their own people have complained about, right? So when we come in, we're coming in to be an ally, right? If there's things that haven't been addressed for whatever the reason, we like to be able to say, hey, you know what? We found these things here, and then here's some ammunition we have as to why they should be addressed, right?
Mm.
So they, at the end of the day, that's going to be, those stakeholders that it's going to be their decision at the end of the day. Basically, say, hey, listen, well, we hired this other company to come in. They evaluated the system. They came back with the exact same thing that teams were talking about. And they're saying this is what they're going to go ahead and do to remediate it. Well, let's go ahead and go forward with them, right? And then they also found some other things as well that they like to do. We don't need to get into, well, this actually came from your team or these are things we found out. But at the end of the day, it's going to be a holistic approach, right?
Right.
And occasionally you still get those people who, because, why are we bringing these people in here, right? Or why this or why we don't get into that.
So I know this is the question that everybody always has. How do you value your time and how do you value your work? Right? Time and work are two different
Hmm.
things. How do you value how do you value yourself? My motto here is, in case you didn't know, I tell you, my
Hmm.
motto is everybody need to be at a minimum of 200,000. I don't
Exactly.
care what nobody else is talking about.
Yep.
I saw the BS that came out today with the Boise guy. That
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I saw it.
Mm-mm.
And my take is, it's going and my stance on, that's not our problem.
Mm-mm.
That's not our problem. We too broke to be talking about that.
Exactly.
we too
We got bigger fish to fry.
we got bigger fish to fry. So my motto is to get everybody to 200,000.
Yeah.
If it's three people in the household at 200,000 versus a person at 60 and a 90 and another one at two, that's where I'm at.
Right.
But my minimum is 200,000, which can be accomplished with DevSecOps, which
Mm-hmm.
can be accomplished with even cloud security and Kubernetes wrapped around that, right? How do you and on your as a company, and then having employees and they have mouths to feed and you have mouths to feed,
Mm-hmm.
how do you come up with a number? How do you come up with that? Hey, this is what we charging, because I've seen some POs
Yeah.
for that come across, and they like, there's no shame in the game when it comes to HP. There's no shame in game when it comes to Dell. Some of
Mm-hmm.
those POs be 4 5 million for maybe 3 or 4 products, right?
Right. Right.
Right. So how do you value yourself?
So with us, we pretty much stay we stay within a certain range of our competitors. But when it comes down to, okay, well, why should we pay you, right? Why should we pay you this amount that you're asking for when you don't have this, hat color behind you, when you're not this, you know, colored box or whatever, when you're not these traditional vendors, right? You don't have all of this marketing or whatnot. Why should we pay you? And for us, when I sit down and have these conversations and our team comes in, basically it's going to come down to a couple of things. Number one, you're not going to have to go through multiple levels to come reach us, right? We're based here in Austin, Texas, and our team is primarily here in Austin. We have some also out in California and some down in Florida, but we're real people right here. That's number one. The number two bullet point on that is we're US based, right? So a lot of times you deal with these vendors and they have whole teams and outsourcing and all these other levels and layers you have to go through. You don't have that with us. And I think the third thing is we actually are engineers. We're not salespeople. We're not people who we're just studying this. We're just jumping into this. Or we've been around the block. We've worked for the FANG companies. We've done major application installations and architecture and development and whatnot for pretty much any company across every industry, government, space, tech, streaming, you name it, we've done it. So we're coming in with that level of expertise, that level of craftsmanship. And the cherry on top is we want you to be happy with the product, right? We want you to be happy. And we're not just coming and say, okay, hey, we've done this and sign off on a PO, but it's an outcome, right? We primarily focus on Kubernetes. Kubernetes gives you a desired outcome. Well, when you work with Think Big, when you work with us, when you choose us as a vendor, you're going to get a quality outcome. You're going to get an outcome of knowledgeable people, like you said, handing off a document at the end, but we're going to follow up with you, we're going to stay with you. And if we can grow with you, if we've done our job right, then you're going to come back to us and say, hey, you know what? Can you all help us develop on this application? Can we utilize some of your team to help grow out this division, right? You're going to tell your colleagues, your friends about us. You're going to tweet about us. You're going to tell everybody you can about the experience and the level of quality, expertise, and excellence that comes along with working with Think Big. So, and I think it's a pretty big value add because I've been on the other side. When you need to go ahead and reach a representative from all these vendors, you're on hold. You're waiting for a mystical, magical email to come back through some portal. It takes a long time, and you want sometimes something that's tactical. You can say, I know where these people are. I can call them tomorrow morning. I can call them tonight. I'm going to shoot off a quick email or drop a message into a Slack channel, or let's hop on a Teams call and let's figure this out because we have to get this product to market as soon as possible. So,
Right. Right. Now, here's another question for you. What switching from Think Big, right?
mhm.
Let's switch and say, okay, I want to get and start working with Kubernetes.
Hmm.
I want to I want to be a part of this movement. I want to be a part of this culture. What does that preparation look like? I talked about K3s, I talked about the CKA, the CKD, the CKS. I've had Tim Serwitz on to talk about
Hmm.
Kubernetes. I've talked about Kubernetes. Let's get it from your perspective, from someone who has to show up as a vendor for someone, not as a job, right? Not as me going to work for a company that wants me to create Kubernetes clusters,
Hmm.
but someone who is considered a SME, subject matter expert. When I say SME, not the guy, hey, this is me, but what 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 are you looking for? Like what am I doing to prepare myself to be this subject matter expert? And it may be over time, but what am I doing?
Well, so we had this conversation a lot. I think a lot of people try to take shortcuts to get there, right? They heard of a title, right? SRE or staff engineer or what have you. And in their mind, they're like, I'm gonna go do that, but they're gonna jump and learn, I don't know, service mesh. They'll learn whatever they think is gonna get them there. The biggest problem that we have nowadays, though, it is a training issue, not because there's a lack of training, but it's because people don't know where to start at. I always tell people, start at the bottom, start at the basics, learn systems administration, learn how to admin just a regular Linux box VM. Start there because you could learn Kubernetes, but it's very abstract. You could learn cloud, anybody's cloud, right? You can learn about EC2 instances, you can learn anything, but I feel like those of us who came from that sysadmin background, who started with nuts and bolts, putting a PC together, right? It's not abstract to us, right? We're actually troubleshooting in our mind the physical box, right? We're troubleshooting. I'm building a cloud. Like someone says, people ask me all the time, hey, what do you do? So I built the cloud. So what does that mean? I said it's like Inception, right? But for me, it's not something that's abstract or ephemeral. It's something that's actually real and tangible because I've done it, right? So I would say take the time, go order a bunch of parts off of Newegg or Amazon or wherever. Find some PC that's getting thrown out and learn, like drop Linux on it, drop Ubuntu on it, and sit down and actually let's go through a course. It's a wonderful book that I have. It's actually over here. It's the Unix and Linux Systems Administration book. I think it's the fifth edition.
Yeah,
That
is it the
book,
green one?
mine is orange. It's like orange and
Orange.
blue.
Okay,
Yeah.
I had the green one and the purple one.
Okay.
But I'm older, so
Yeah. Yeah. No. Yeah. Yeah. See, mine is. I thought this one was old, but um, this one is orange and blue. I think it's the fifth edition of the book, but it teaches you everything you need to know about Unix and Linux Systems Administration from beginning to end. Um, Once you go through that book, you have a really solid foundation on what all of this cloudy stuff is, right? Everything from networking to containers to just root level conversations and doctrine,
memory,
so to speak. Yeah, all of that stuff, right?
memory, CPU,
Memory, CPU, kernels,
yeah,
everything,
LSD,
processes, calls,
yeah,
pigs,
and
all
that's
of that stuff.
yeah, and that's why I'm such a big fan of the RHCSA
Yep.
or the Linux Plus, whatever.
But everybody
Uh,
doesn't have the money for that.
well, the
Everybody that
RCSA or the RCSA is free.
well, yeah, it's not this. It's not the same.
It's free.
It's
It's
free, but
free.
it's not the same now.
But no, it is the same. It is the same. And the only but it's the same when you learn with me. So come to
Well,
the meeting up on Wednesday.
yeah.
So I add a little spice to that. But what I'm saying is understanding like when you install Docker.
Mm-hmm.
and you start up Docker actually writes to the
Right.
input chain of IP tables, and from there it creates a bridge, and understanding that and
Yep.
understand what a bridge is and so forth and so on. So
Yeah.
just nuances that you that you that I think when you go take a cloud cert you don't get. I think when you go get a AWS or whatever cloud cert you get,
Mm-hmm.
you miss some fundamentals of understanding the operating system, understanding the underlying stuff. I mean, not to say that you can't come back and get it.
But it's out of order, so
Just
you're gonna troubleshoot the way you learned it.
right, right. You're
Yeah.
gonna look and you're gonna say, "Oh, that machine is out of memory. Let
Right.
me just give it more memory."
Right.
Oh, it's out of memory again. I need to add more memory.
Yeah.
It's just a matter of time before you just keep adding more memory to it till you actually solve the problem.
Mm-hmm.
You're not solving the problem, you're putting a band-aid on the problem. So the band-aid you put on there is great, but it just may be some bad code.
Yeah. Yeah. You know what? It's I would say out of anyone who I've ever met, military people who are into IT, right? Who had that as their was it MOS or something like that. Um, they tend to actually know more than they think they do. And I love getting, I don't care what branch, Army, Navy, Air Force, but I had a conversation with a friend of mine and I was talking about Kubernetes. And I said, dude, one of these days I'd love to learn that. So I said, well, what do you like? What they got you working on now, right? And he didn't say anything specific. I'm gonna rat him out, but he mentioned, oh, we're doing something with Solaris. So when I said, dude, that's containers, he was like, really? I said, yeah, like that's when it started. Like that's where all of this
Mhm.
came from. He was like, really? I said, dude, look, read this book. And I gave him the sysadmin book where it kind of breaks down the containers. I took him up to the Kubernetes site and the Docker site. He was like, dude, I had no idea. Like that's what I said. Yeah, on the inside it's different. You don't have these same conversations on a regular basis. Now they're doing automation, but because he spent so long just doing basic networking, racking stuff, he thought he was just doing something that was meaningless. I'm like, dude, you got the game. Like they gave it to you. Like, more than half of these other people out here trying to just go to Cloud Guru and get a quick little cert. Like you actually know. Like you go in it with
Right.
confidence rather than like I have my cert. Like that's all I got. I have no actual hands-on experience. I just got my cert.
Right. Right. I don't understand how to scale this networking piece. I don't understand
Exactly.
how to subnet. I don't
Yep.
understand how to do these things. Now you did have a question here, and I wanted to make sure I got your question in. What's going on,
Okay.
Chris F? Thank you for posting. It says, how much does Rudy think that his degree prepared him for the work he does now?
um, so I'll say my degree probably about 75 to 85% of what I do now is still based off of my degree and institution. So I'm a Howard University grad. I have my degree in information systems from HU. Um, so shout out to all my HBC grads out there. Um,
You're not gonna do
the
it. You're not gonna do it.
HU.
There you go. I just like you're not gonna do it.
And
Let
listen,
me
I was
wait
trying to be
for it.
humble. You listen, it's been a humble night. Kids in the bed. I'm coming down for the evening, but
Okay.
nah, I represent. But the thing that you learn at Howard, and I think all HBCUs to a degree, is not to take no for an answer. At Howard, there's a lot of entrepreneurial ideas and things going on, right? You're always trying something. You always, oh yeah, that didn't work or this worked, and then when it does work, you roll it off into the next thing. And you just try to build on it. Um, it wasn't the oh well they taught us databases, they taught us this. Kubernetes changes like every 90 days. Linux not too far much farther behind that, right? And open source is still around. Like I graduated in 90, no 2004, went in 99, graduated in '04. So I'm not gonna say that your degree is going to teach you, right? It's gonna teach you how to learn. Your institution, it should give you those chops to get out there, right? I think what's cool nowadays, like we didn't have all this back, during when I was in school. Like, man, if we had this back then,
Boy, will we
we'd
be
be
paid?
way further ahead, right, than where we are right now. But the collaboration was still there. The collaboration at Howard, and I know FAM is the same, and a bunch of other HBCUs. That collaboration, that spirit of let's get something together, let's learn this together. We don't have the latest and greatest tools, or we do, and let's not waste that time. So I think my degree has definitely prepared me in ways where just coming into IT, coming into open source, when I talk to colleagues, they're there, but it's not that same drive. It's not that same forward thinking about not just this year but 5 years down the line, right?
Mhm.
Because I'm thinking about legacy. I'm thinking about what's here and how is that going to affect what's coming after what's coming next, right? So it's those type of mindsets and conversations that when you're in that type of environment, when you have a degree, I think you're just a little bit more focused on future rather than if you take the cert route, and not knocking anyone who does a cert route. I feel like some people can use that as a crutch, right? Like I honestly, I probably have, I'm not gonna say respect, but I kind of see a little bit more of a kindred spirit in those who just come in with no degree, right? Those just come in, look, I have no cert, I have no degree. It's just me and my brain and my keyboard, and we here because they're gonna come in with that same grind, right? So, and I told someone this, I was like, a degree, in my experience, will never be the reason why you're excluded from the table. So,
Yeah. So now, when you are prepping yourself uh, to to teach, right? How are you preparing to teach? Because I always say that you don't know something until you teach it. That's my
yeah.
philosophy. And you don't know something till you have to teach it to 20 people that learn 20 different ways. They hear 40 things, hear
Hmm.
20 things 40 different ways, right?
Right.
And so you are forced to break that down. What is your, because I think teaching and learning probably puts uh, you in that cycle of continuous learning
Yep.
and continuous growing. So how do you take a complicated subject and such as Kubernetes and break it down?
Um, for me, what I do is I do a lot of I'm not gonna say lies, but I do a lot of webinar watching. And then I link up with the people who are on those webinars, and we'll have conversations, try to find where they're gonna be at and follow them around. Right. I'll latch on to people who I identify with their teaching style, something I say, oh, you know what, they taught it in a way where my seventh grader would get it, right? They just broke it down a certain way. When I find those type of people, I pay attention to their styles. I pay attention to their beats, how they're building their uh, pedagogy, right? Their teaching style, and I will mimic those. For myself, uh, doing interviews, having conversations, and then doing free trainings. Like I think that we do free trainings. We work with different community centers. We work with different agencies where, hey, if you have some people who are looking to make a transition, if they're wanting to get into this space, we are willing to take them under our wings, and let's put them through one of our courses. And it's been pretty successful. We've had about a good number of people come through where they've come from industries like painting, industries like accounting, things that I just, my hat's off to them, because that's a heavy lift to come for something that's super non-technical and say, I want to go and do what you do. Or I want to, be able to make more money. I want to be able to change my family tree by, bringing more tech in and building my own business. Where do I start? So to sit down with them and take them through this journey, it's a blessing, but also helps keep me fresh, Because if they don't understand it, then I'm probably too complicated. I need to go ahead and retool my speech, that module, that course, whatever it is, so that way they feel more confident. Because I don't want them to feel lost.
Right. All right. So we can replay a game. I
Okay.
normally don't play games because I don't never really have nobody to play games with. But now I can play a game with you. And I know I'm probably gonna hurt some feelings in the chat. Rodrigue, see you there. Sup, my friend. So we're gonna play a game, and you just tell me what's your go-to. We ain't gonna say
Okay.
what's number one because this may be offensive for someone.
Okay.
What's your go-to and why?
Okay.
All right. So if I'm deploying, if I'm deploying Kubernetes,
Hmm.
I got Tanzu, Rancher, OpenShift. What's your go-to?
Rancher.
Rancher. All right. Come on up. All right. I have uh I have to work with some type of runtime container.
Hmm.
All right. Podman, Container D, Linker D. What are you going with?
Um,
Or
I'm gonna
Docker.
I'm gonna go with Docker.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Docker.
All right. So let's move on. I can feel like we got somebody backstage already, but I'm just gonna keep.
I have answers for all. I got the whys of these are really interesting.
Okay. Or we'll get back to the whys.
Yeah, no,
All right.
yeah, keep going, keep going.
All right. So now I want to talk about service mesh, right?
Okay.
Envoy, and I'm reading off the cloud native
Oh,
landscape, by the way. Envoy, HA proxy,
hmm.
Traffic, and I'm sure there's another one I'm missing. I don't want to say I
Linker
don't
D.
want to say Itzio because I don't know if people are still using it, but who you going with?
But
Or
it was,
or you got something else that you want to consider.
oh, I have something else I consider.
What's that?
Open service mesh.
Open service mesh. Okay. All right. And so let's back up. You chose Rancher. Why?
I chose Rancher because Rancher, number one, is open source. Number two, Rancher can deploy to anything.
Who's
It
Ryan?
to me, it's the best. Uh, I don't want to say application deployment tool, but it is the best single pane of glass, the best tool that's out there, best open source tool for deploying and managing Kubernetes clusters. It can deploy to VMware. It can deploy to all three cloud providers. I believe there's additional cloud providers that you can enable, like Ali Cloud, that are not out of the box, but it's just a flag. K3s, uh, data center, RKE. There's nothing that you can't deploy to from Rancher. And then you also have things like CIS benchmark built inside of it. You have security controls. You have a lot of stuff. It even started with this latest release. I think they rolled out GitOps into Rancher as well. So that's why I choose that.
Okay. And you also choose that for your K3s too.
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. And the other one was what was the second one you chose? It was link. Oh no, you chose open
Docker.
service Docker. I
Yeah.
get that. That's part because that's an industry thing.
Yeah, I don't care what they say. Everybody hasn't moved on from Docker
Okay.
yet. They're trying to. There's a reason to. Thankfully, that whole shim business got worked out
Okay.
with Kubernetes. But yeah,
And then open service mesh.
open service mesh. It's service mesh envoy based from Microsoft. What I love about it, if you're deploying inside of AKS, is literally one click to get your service mesh going. Um, it's really easy to use. I would say Linker D is probably the only thing I've seen that's easier to use. So
All right. Now, when you think of container registries, what's your go to?
my go-to, you It's gonna be based upon your budget. If if money is no object, I don't see why you wouldn't use your cloud provider's registry, right?
Okay.
ECR, ACR, GCR, they're there. Why not use them? I think the price, if any, is very small. Outside of that, Harbor.
Okay.
Harbor is my favorite container and Helm chart registry. It's has RBAC. It can auth to pretty much anything, any type of container you want to drop inside of their Helm charts. And I've been using Harbor, I think, since early 2018. And Harbor really started. It was a VMware China project that they ended up giving over to the CNCF.
Okay.
Yeah, and then it also has built-in container scan. It started off with Claire, and then now you can plug stuff in like
Claire or
AquaSec.
Clar? It's two of them. You know, Claire, Clar, whatever. I know what you mean.
Yeah, we're gonna do this? Cool cuddle.
Claire, Clar.
I've been calling it Claire. See, you messed me up. I've been calling it Claire for the longest time.
What they got Claire, then they got Clar, KLAR, and
No,
then they
so
have Claire,
yeah, so Claire C. Yeah, Claire. Yeah,
CLAIRE. Yeah, I mean I got
yeah,
that, but they break it up into two. All right.
yeah. They do.
Before we get into this battle here,
Okay.
one more.
Okay.
GitLab, GitHub, Travis CI, Circle CI, Jenkins, or Jenkins X.
I'll add or a drone.
Okay.
So you put GitHub in there. Why you would not use GitHub, I don't know. At this stage of the game, everything is free. But
Because I may not be okay if I'm in an isolated environment. I gotta go enterprise and I gotta have them install it.
True, if you're in an isolated environment, that's not going to be the way you want to go. But again, budget, right, and then features.
I'm rocking with GitLab.
Yeah, I wouldn't disagree with you. I will say when I've had the opportunity, I had GitLab. Somebody on the team decided to stand up Gitty, which I was like, why?
What is that?
Git it GITEA. Gitty. I call it Git.
I don't even know what that is.
Go in that scenario, we actually deployed Drone. Drone is an open source version of Circle. I love Drone. Drone inside of a Kubernetes cluster, it has got to be the easiest thing I've seen to do CI. It's, to me, it has every feature you would want. Can deploy anything, can build anything. It's just really solid. But I believe Drone was recently acquired by Harness. So I think it's part of the Harness family of products, but it's still open source. That's probably the best tool that I don't think gets enough love that's out there. So, and again, it's open source, so I'm gonna go ahead and support Drone.
All right. So this is what y'all came for tonight. This is a battle. This is a battle. We about to battle up in here. Get your popcorn ready. Get your pen and paper out. Coming to the stage, Mr. Rodrigue from I forget your official title at Red Hat. But he's been on the show before. He was just in the comments. He was the one that was like, "Let me in." We about to battle on the control plane, on the data plane. What we doing? Welcome to the stage.
What up to you? What up? What up? Hey, Rudy.
Hey, what's going on,
Pleasure to meet
Rodrigue?
you.
Nice to meet you too, man.
Yeah. You called me out, T, and I'm here, so why not, jump out? It's one thing you said, you're gonna offend some people, but then you dropped my name, so like I'm here. I could jump
I
on.
already knew once I said open shift. I could have said vanilla Kubernetes, Tanzu, whatever. And I knew he wasn't gonna go with OpenShift. I knew he wasn't. And
And,
then I
I
knew
want to know how you knew though. That's what I want to know. How did you know?
because I know both of you all very, very well. And I know when it comes down to, it's kind of like, what do you want to hear? When I call and I'm like, this is the issue I'm having. What should I go with?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, give it to me raw. Give me what you think I need to be doing. Oh, what here y'all here? This is what both of you all do. Who's the vendor that's working with them right now?
Hey, we need to know. That's the most important thing to know.
Well, go ahead. So defend yourself. You here. He didn't go with OpenShift, but here's your chance to say why he should have went with OpenShift.
Listen, I don't think it's a defend yourself thing. I am sort of interested in. It, I do see the appeal. Right, I see Rancher all the time, and one of the things I like to say is that the appeal of Rancher, and Rudy mentioned it. So here's a funny thing I like to say. I got my SAP workload running, and hey, it seems like I have some free cycles here. Management said I need to do this Kubernetes thing, so I'm gonna turn that into a control plane, and over here my Oracle server, I'm gonna spin up the Rancher binary and that, and turn that into some nodes, and that's the appeal of a Rancher. Like you could get started that easy, and but beyond that, I think it absolutely it falls down once you get past it. Okay, I'm up and running, and that's where OpenShift sort of differs. Right? Folks tend to have a problem with the fact that OpenShift forces you to everything is a new deployment. Oh, you want a K8s cluster up? First thing you kind of have to decide: do you want the installer to do everything for you, or do you want to do everything on your own? All right, okay, let's have the installer do everything for you. Well, you need to give the installer all these things. If you're going to deploy in AWS or in AWS GovCloud, I need all these sort of access, and I'll go do everything for you. And it means I'm going to deploy a new infrastructure. I'm going to deploy new VMs. I'm going to create some VPCs, like all that fun stuff. And a lot of folks just tend to, for whatever reason, and especially now where everyone's sort of getting started on a Kubernetes path, that they seem to like, it's too complicated, it's too much, and Rancher is a lot easier. And what I find is, once they've kind of gotten to a certain, it's kind of scratch that itch, they actually have serious workloads running. That's when they're like, man, this Rancher thing doesn't feel like the platform for us to run our business on. And so what else is out there? And hey, man, you could have started with OpenShift from the beginning. So that's really what it boils down to. So it's not the great thing of being in my role, being on the pre-sale side, you see this all the time. And I try not to get into the our technology is better than some other vendor's technology, because here's the thing: open source rules the world now, I would say, and about almost every vendor product is based on open source tech, or they sponsor in some community project or something. So it's I definitely don't see it as a versus thing. And I will say, so definitely agree with everything you said earlier, Rudy, about having that roots in system administration. When I was a Linux admin, I ran a Windows DHCP server, and I used to get crap like, man, what the hell you run DHCP on Windows? I'm like, it works.
Right.
It fits the need right now. And, I got like 100 other things to attend to. So, who cares that it's Windows? It works.
Yeah. Now, so I'm not going to, well, since it's a battle, we'll friendly battle.
Hold on, let me get my jab in.
You'll get your jab in? Oh,
Yeah,
Lord.
So
She's
Rodrigue,
locked and loaded.
Rodrigue, what you're saying is you start out with a with a with a with a day one to a toddler, and then when you need to get into puberty and adulthood, you need OpenShift.
Yeah, or you could you could just have started there from the get go, and it when you were ready to start acting like an adult, the platform is already. It's like, okay, cool. Now you want to do all these things. I'm already here for you.
All right.
Okay,
So
that was my jab.
that was your jet. Okay. So I guess my issue with, and I can't even say issue because I think OpenShift, like Tanzu, there's a market and there's a company specifically for that, right? Um, I will say anybody who, if you put Rancher up against Tanzu and OpenShift, right? Um, in my
Well,
opinion, go
just
ahead.
to the so this is the era where I don't think it's fair for Tanzu to bring him into this fight.
Okay,
You know,
we'll leave
it's
it.
it's a fair fight, OpenShift, Rancher, but Tanzu,
And why do you wait? So why do you say Tanzu's not a fair comparison?
on its own before the acquisition, was it FTO? If it had continued that way, I think the issue is it's being bolted onto a mode one tech, right? Onto at the end of the day, VMware ruled. I like to say they made x86 virtualization, kind of going back to what you said about containers. It's nothing in tech is new. Virtualization existed for a long time. Mainframes are doing it, but VMware made x86 virtualization cool, and they acquired FTO, and they're basically trying to bolt that on and kind of give the experience that, hey, you, Mr. or Mrs. VMware admin, you can also be a K8s admin because it's just vSphere, and so that's my take.
That's a good take. Now I kind of feel the same thing about OpenShift because I mean, like let's be honest, OpenShift, IBM, Red Hat, VMware, in my mind, they're like rappers who got ghostwriters for them. Because OpenShift was never Kubernetes. That's not what it was. And what's funny is OpenShift was just this platform to manage RHEL. Right?
No. But go ahead.
It's in its most, to me, in its most simplistic form, I would say
it was never that though. But go ahead.
It wasn't around 2013, 2014. OpenShift started, and Red Hat, I'll say, they started adopting other open source projects and rolling these components into OpenShift. There were several projects that were out there. Foreman, I don't know what happened to Foreman, but Foreman was one of them. And I said, because I was back doing Puppet. So
hey,
T,
are you referring this? I'm gonna let Rudy go. Keep digging your hole, Rudy. Go ahead. Go ahead.
But fast forward when they said, listen, OpenShift needs some life. These people are signing back up for OpenShift. Numbers are down. Guess what? OpenShift is now Kubernetes because we need this Kubernetes money. It was never Kubernetes before, but I think as someone who came from vanilla Kubernetes, my biggest issue with OpenShift was now it's like all of these specific OpenShift commands, right? That to me was my biggest turn off with it, right? Man, if you want to do, at least keep it native. No, it's like, these specific, binary commands that y'all make. And I understand why, but it's just like, come on, dude. Like the commands are why do you have to have your own separate if it's just Kubernetes underneath? Now we got to have our own separate OpenShift command to do the same thing that kubectl. It's just it kind of goes down that road, right? Aside from that, I think if you're in spaces like Fed, if you're in other places that you need a certain level of security, right? And I'm gonna go ahead and give you all your props. I mean, Red Hat, IBM, that's kind of who you want to go with. Now, I will say Rancher does deploy in an air-gapped environment. I haven't had an issue with that. But Rancher also is still open source. You're not getting, if you pay Rancher, you pay SUSE, you're paying for support engineers. You're not paying for the actual software. You're not getting anything additional per se when you pay them, right? You're just paying for people like us to pick up the phone, to answer a ticket. That's it. Someone said, it doesn't come with all the bells and whistles. It depends on what your bells and whistles are, right? If you go to Tanzu route, and I'm only bringing this up because, like you said, they added all of these other components to it, right? So it's CI/CD and service mesh and all this other stuff to it. I don't think everybody needs to have all of that handed to you. You may have a specific reason why you don't want that, right? You have your own in-house tool, or you have a tool that you like. So I think Rancher has, a space for that. And I have seen Rancher used, and I know we've used it in environments where we have millions of users using these clusters in there. And I mean, in clusters from all different cloud providers. So I haven't had an issue where it falls down, but I've also deployed Rancher a certain way, just in case it ever did fall down. Wasn't worried about it, but it was like, look, we do a lot of GitOps. So nobody's tool, in my opinion, is really set up for that, right? If I'm coming from a world of Flux, Argo, CD, right? Nobody's tool really is set up in a way for me to do GitOps with Tanzu or OpenShift. But your turn.
All right. So, I have to do this some justice, for those who are live, watching this live, and, for those who see the recording. So just kind of take Rudy back to just a misconception here. So you're correct that OpenShift existed before Kubernetes. And OpenShift was built on a technology stack that we call basically gears and cartridges, right? Sort of like, and the foundation of that was still namespaces, C groups, all the things that make containers possible. But really, the cartridge, the concept of the cartridge, when Docker bust on the scene, introduces Docker and the concept of a container and the Docker file and container images, it just made it was a better tech, hands down. It made a lot more sense. And then Google released Kubernetes as an open source project, and we immediately saw the value in that. Saw where that's benefited, and switched out the tooling in OpenShift to be, instead of the cartridge and gears system and whatever else that we had to do, the scaling or orchestration, basically replace that with container, Docker, and Kubernetes. So one of the things you mentioned, like as a system to manage RHEL, I think, Rudy, what you were mixing up here is another tool that's called Red Hat Satellite.
That's the one. Yeah, satellite. Yeah.
So SATA is, and that tool still exists, and it still does exactly that. It's a lifecycle management tool for Red Hat Enterprise on Linux. All right.
Yep.
So
cool. Absolutely.
All right. So we set the record.
We set the record straight.
On that. Now, kind of touching on the next thing I want to touch on, you mentioned just the open source part, and I think this is a key thing that people need to understand about Red Hat. At least, I would say Red Hat, open source in general, but definitely Red Hat approach to open source. And even when you touch on like what you pay for, so you're correct in the sense that, and I want to say this so that people know, with Red Hat, you're not just paying for support. You're absolutely right. We take a community project, and so when you talk about the OC command, which you can use in place of the kubectl command when you're running OpenShift. We take a project, in this case Kubernetes, right? And at the time, Docker, we've now can switch that out with our preferred runtime. Podman because it runs daemonless and you could run it as a non-root user. So, but anyway, we take a project or multiple projects and we put work into. So we usually staff these projects with paid Red Hat employees, and so we're paying the salary, but it's for them to work on that within that community, on that community project, and not necessarily working on what we want, right? Working on what the community is doing. So that's how we support the community. And so we take those projects and we integrate them together, test them. So we take a version of Kubernetes, a version of RHEL, say for like SSO, maybe we take Keycloak, like all these things that we package up and we test it. We make sure that this version of Keycloak is going to work with this version of Kubernetes and this version of RHEL, and we test that thing and we put a life cycle around it. We said that so this specific version we're going to be able to support it for, basically the life cycle of Kubernetes that which we try to stay only one release behind. So we're going to support it for 4 months, or we're going to support it for 18 months, and that's what we put into it. So you're right. When you get OpenShift, you're not just getting the same bits, which is the upstream or the community version of OpenShift is referred to as OKD, the Open Kubernetes Distribution, I believe is what that spells out to. And so so that is the completely upstream version. But then when you pay us for a subscription, you get the downstream version where we put all that work into making sure that everything is tested, integrated. We're able to track each component against CVEs, and so that is the differentiator. So when you spend money on Red Hat, you're not just getting 1-800 whatever our support number is. You're getting that stamp of guarantee, and so that's the I think one of the key differentiators and the way we operate in the community, the key to our success. There's like one other thing that you mentioned that I want to. So the tools add-on. So this is a great area where Rancher, and I would give you that, right? So if I were to say, okay, what's the problem with OpenShift at times? It is true that because we're not just a Kubernetes platform, we're not just a PaaS platform, or we're not just a platform that you could run, say, your serverless or apps on. We do all of that, and you get all of that out of the box when you deploy OpenShift. So you're right. If you're just in the beginning stages and you're just trying to get into Kubernetes, it can feel or it can be overwhelming because you get so much. It's like, I'm just a sysadmin, and my task right now is just kind of figure out, can I run and manage this Kubernetes thing? And then,
or there's one other area. Or if you are a shop where you have run Kubernetes, right, for some time, you may have a solid opinion based upon apps that you deploy, right? Whether it's container management or CI/CD pipeline, right? You may have those things that are already being consumed. You're like, these are best in class, right? Yeah, this vendor gives us that with this, but that still doesn't give us what we get with these, right?
And that's true. And it goes back to what I said. I think that's why, because here's the thing, you don't have to use. So OpenShift ships with like Argo CD.
Right.
I believe we still ship like Jenkins, right? Tested, integrated, but you don't have to use it. OpenShift ships with a built-in registry. If you have no other registry in place and you need to use a registry, you could use it. And so the thing is, it comes with basically everything that you possibly want to do and need.
Right.
And I think that's the thing that makes it overwhelming. But it doesn't mean that you must. If you have your existing tools in place,
right.
and even going back to what you said, the OC and the kubectl command. So all OC does is layer on some additional stuff on top of OpenShift. So on top of Kubernetes, for example, we know that Kubernetes don't come with, say, login and metrics. Like if you go deploy a vanilla, you gotta add those things on.
Right.
And so the kubectl command not necessarily is gonna know how to work against that. And so that additional functionality got added to the OC command. So you kind of have one tool that does everything that kubectl does, and then plus whatever else that we integrated together to make this platform. But nothing stops you from continuing to use kubectl. It's like, so however, and if you're using hem charts to deploy your apps and stuff, it is still Kubernetes under the hood.
It is, and
Hold
I'm
on,
glad.
Rudy.
I'm glad you go ahead. Go ahead, Tamika.
Hold on, Rudy. Y'all got a question. What would you say that? Would you say that OpenShift is more or less tailored to enterprise support, handholding, rockabye baby, and Rancher is more for startup looking to deploy at a smaller scale that doesn't have support? Now, Rancher does have support. Now,
Yeah, they do.
You can pay for support. I worked with their engineers before. But what I would say it's based upon budget. When it comes
and then because it's based up on budget, so I would say yes. Who's the another thing, Rudy? You were throwing in. You couldn't just say Red Hat. You was like IBM Red Hat. I think you even put IBM before Red Hat. So again, yes.
Oh.
Yes.
The check does come from somebody first. He'll get the pace though.
Hold on. Let me see if I have
man. I got my little sound.
Hey, listen, he going to get the pace though.
Here we go. So look,
receipt.
It is still a red badge.
Absolutely. Okay. No, I got you.
So yes, IBM owns Red Hat, but Red Hat still operates independently. So for the rest of this evening,
this is
you
for
can just say Red Hat. We go by just Red Hat.
We'll leave it. Look, because you're a cool customer and you got the hat hanging off in the back, we're gonna leave it there. Now, I will say this, and I will get off my blue box. We know that paycheck does come from somebody first, and then it trickles down to the Red Hat. So I hear you. I understand. You are absolutely right.
Listen. My pay stub, my badge still says Red Hat.
and listen, to you, as long as it clears, that's all that matters.
So I get and nobody in my in my leadership there's no IBM management in my leadership. So
no, that's cool. It's funny because you all actually have, like, IBM has their own Kubernetes department, like they have their own people, and then you all have yours, right? Servicing two different customers, and maybe every once in a while you end up.
Well, IBM's Kubernetes platform is OpenShift, so if you buy IBM, so that's definitely, if you buy IBM products, they have a lot of stuff that's bundled, tested and runs on OpenShift. But you got me derailed. There's another thing that you mentioned I want to touch on. And on the add-on stuff, right? And I was kind of going on that path. So yeah, with OpenShift, it comes with serverless and service mesh, and basically all the runtimes. If you are a Node.js person, you are Java, Quarkus, like whatever that is, everything is already there. And I think that's where it really starts to differentiate from Rancher. So our it is true that the target audience for Red Hat is what's considered enterprise, and not necessarily a startup or basically anything that's kind of fall outside of that realm. And then in that case, there's room in the market, and that's probably fitting for Rancher, or probably fitting for you to go to AWS, Kubernetes, or Azure, or something else. But it is definitely intended for, when we build this platform, we're thinking about the telecoms, right? The large banks, financial institutions, oil companies, and stuff like that.
Things of that nature.
Yeah.
And that's something I will say. I'll give Red Hat. And I'm not a Red Hat apologist or a hater. But I will say Red Hat has played. For there's people who know and don't know, Red Hat has played a huge role, and I think has always had a huge role in the open source community, right? I know for myself, back in my sysadmin days, all of the different channels on IRC, right? The Freenode, there'll be Alpine and CentOS, and all these different channels for supporting libraries and applications and binaries and whatnot. And OSs is Red Hat people sitting in those channels, right? They're passionate people. And so they're just there because they want to be there, right? But also at the same time, when it comes to CVEs, right? When it comes to remediations, it's Red Hat people who are writing those, remediations, who are fixing those bugs, So I have love.
To me, kudos to Rudy. I mean, that's such a great point to make, and to point out about this recognition of the work that we put in.
Look at that smile.
Absolutely true.
Hey,
yeah, man.
Listen, listen. I got love for Red Hat. They've called a couple times. Again, for me, I service anybody when it comes to cloud and Kubernetes, but my market is definitely not directed at the public sector, right? And I think when you think about the public sector, you have a ton of paperwork, you have processes, you have people who just do a process. They don't build anything, they just fill out forms. My company is growing. We don't have people around here to fill out forms. We got people to write code, not sign documents, right? But when you have such a clearance that you have to meet, right? If I am in a federal space, if I'm in a HIPAA, if I'm in a PCI compliant space, I can come sub up under Red Hat, but I don't have the manpower, because it takes manpower to really execute on that level, right? Because they have things that they have to be able to speak to. And you all come in meeting HIPAA, meeting all of these PCI, all these different, compliance things, right? So and I'll say this, you can get that done with Red Hat. Red Hat, you can get that done with Rancher, but for Rancher, it's really going to be dependent upon, do you know it, right? I would, yeah, I did. I almost want to say you have to have more of a roll up your sleeves, get it done yourself mentality to roll with Rancher. But Rancher also didn't start off doing Kubernetes either, right? Rancher started off managing, quote unquote cattle and containers and things like that. And I think they did VMs as well. But for where they're at now, they're definitely targeting those customers who say, listen, we have a budget, but we rather spend that money on engineering talent rather than be locked into this massive contract based upon nodes, right?
Yeah.
Or whatever it breaks down to. And since you brought up the components that ship that you don't have to use, is the price lessened because I don't use those components?
So before I answer that, I do want to.
There was no technical empathy there. There was no empathy there.
Where's that badge?
Rancher. If you think back to what I mentioned about, like Tanzu has no place in this conversation. So that should let everyone know, at least from my perspective, where I place Rancher. Right. Absolutely. So when I walk into a room and the customer is saying, I'm considering Tanzu, I'm like, yeah, whatever. All right, that's
right.
Versus like, I'm considering Rancher, I'm like, oh crap, no, let me kind of figure out like where they are on this journey, and how hard I'm going to have to fight for this opportunity. So kudos to Rancher. So OpenShift, you there's two ways of buying OpenShift, and both ways you get OpenShift. So you get it's not a different product. So we have and if you were to go to docs.openshift.com, it gives you other comparison. But we have I call it a SKU. It's called OKE. So OpenShift Kubernetes. OKE, not to be confused with OKD. OKE. This is OpenShift Kubernetes Engine, I believe is what it stands for. And so that's a way to buy OpenShift at a competitive price. So basically, very cheap. It installs just like normal OpenShift. All the components are there. You're just not entitled to use everything.
Okay. So
it's really built on a sort of on a system, because we also have no tooling to prevent you. So for example, with OKE, you're not entitled to serverless and service mesh.
Okay.
But all that capability and functionality is still there. And we're just hoping that if you decide that to use that component and you're like, I'm getting value from this product, then I'm going to pay for OpenShift and not OKE. If you didn't find it, I think it's a good link to. I'll find it and post it to me because the folks could see. So yeah. Now, if you'd ask me, do I wish like we had a way where you could like, hey, I'm gonna deploy, and there's like a checkbox where I just want to have the things that I'm interested in exposed, and not only that. I just want to pay for the components that I'm using, just that kind of model. I mean, I would appreciate that. I would welcome that, because hey,
I'm sure many customers would too.
Yeah, and it gives me a reason as someone in a pre-sales role, to come back and knock on the door and Rudy like, hey man, how's it going? You ready to turn on this other button that does this other thing?
Yeah. That's the whole Tesla approach. If you want the autopilot, you can pay to use it. But if you don't worry, it's here if you decide to use it.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, so let's go back to the game. Now we're gonna do security and compliance.
Okay.
I'm gonna name off some tools, and you tell me yay and nay. As your number one. Give me your number one and your why. All right. Aqua Security, Chef Inspect, Claire, Falco, and for old time's sake, OpenSCAP.
I'm surprised you didn't toss Swisslock in there.
I could have went with SysDig. I could have went with TerraScan.
No, you had a good list there. It was Falco, OpenSCAP, Claire, Aqua, Chef Inspect. Rodrigo, I'll let you go first on this one.
So, I'm disappointed you didn't mention Stock Rocks.
Oh yeah.
Which we acquired and
was waiting for that plug.
They're not on the list, but I know you acquired them, but they're not on this OpenShift list, Cloud Native list. Oh yes, it is.
Yeah, and but what we sell is advanced cluster security, but Stock Rocks remained as the open source component. But for the list that you provided, I would go with Aqua, because if I remember what that product does, because you kind of throw in like OpenSCAP, which you mix in some tools that sort of kind of focus on sort of different things.
That's what they got on the cloud native landscape.
Yeah, so OpenSCAP isn't as broad or as container focus as say Aqua. So for the list you gave out, I would go with since you didn't include Stock Rocks, I have to go with Aqua. And because they do go through our CVE vulnerability. So if you do use Aqua and you are scanning, you pointed at OpenShift to scan your containers, you should get some good results, because they aren't, because and just quick segue. So Rudy, that's why I gave you props to bring up the whole CVE thing.
Oh, absolutely.
A lot of folks, in conversations, a customer look at an upstream component and see that there's like a bunch of CVEs against it. And there's this idea in community, our folks who leverage more community software, that they think that being on the latest version of something means that they're going to be free from vulnerabilities. And that's not the case. It means that you're on the latest version of that thing, right? You're going to get the latest and greatest features. There's no one in the community. There's no like group that focuses on looking at things and tracking vulnerabilities and issuing CVEs for those. And Red Hat is definitely so we don't do this for every open source thing, but going back to what you were saying, all our Red Hat products is built up of a gazillion, kind of use some title words here. Projects. You just go back to RHEL, right? It's not just a kernel. Think about all the stuff that's in the operating system, and not just RHEL, but any Linux operating system. Those are all individual open source projects. And so anything that Red Hat is consuming that's open source, we're tracking the vulnerabilities and issuing CVEs against those. So again, I want to make it clear, we don't do that for every open source project. We do that for the open source projects that make up our downstream product. Yeah. And so Aqua is on our certification list for like vendors who have gone through our processes and know how to properly flag a CVE, knowing that if you're consuming, say, Apache based from Red Hat, like you yum install it on a Red Hat system, that even though the version may not match the upstream version, it doesn't mean that it's exposed to the vulnerabilities of the upstream, because the way we do backporting and all that stuff, and kind of just understand how that whole thing works. But
so I'm gonna choose Falco. I have a reason to choose a Falco on this list, but to kind of piggyback off what you're talking about, that's actually something that I learned to do back in the day, which was when I had a vulnerability, I would go ahead and check NIST, and I would go, if it's Alpine, whatever it is, right, CentOS, whatever, I would check NIST for that vulnerability, and I would go into the channel on Freenode on IRC, and I would be able to say, hey, you know what? I see the person who filed who created that CVE, right? Who found the bug, and I could talk directly to them, or I could just say, hey, listen, I'm having this issue, and here's the bug that got reported. When is this gonna get patched, right? And Red Hat Engineer, hey, listen, we're gonna patch this later on the day. If you're with a big enough organization, it get patched within a couple minutes, depending on how how big that bag is. So, but
I mean, it's true to that.
It's true.
If you got that money and you come and you're like, yo, Red Hat, I need this done now. I mean,
hey, listen, son, Roger, get right on it. Money is inbound. They'll cash app you that money to get that remediation. So, but what I like about Falco, using eBPF and whatnot, Falco allows you to do the runtime remediation for containers. It's super useful if you have containers, and pods that are out there in the wild. I'm curious to find out what you all use, or if you all actually consume Falco internally. But to be able to come out and say, okay, here's my pod, here's my deployment, and you can actually write rules. Unless you're paying for SysD, but you can go ahead and use the open source version of Falco, and you can write a rule that says, if a shell gets created inside of this pod, inside of this container, then I want Kubernetes to do X, Y, and Z. you can write those rules, right? You could hook Falco up to something like Nats, and hook that up to something like Knative in order to have your cluster run a command to siphon off that node or that deployment. So for those, abilities, that's one of the reasons why I really love Falco. Otherwise, I would have picked Aqua because I think Aqua, they have a really, really solid product.
Yeah, Liz Rice, right? Liz Rice she's been advocating, she's been running that show for a while now
Yeah.
over at Aqua. And I try to turn people on in a group to people that I see um, not necessarily just contributing, but giving up a perspective where they can break down and they can go back and look and see their journey of how they became who they are. So if you want to get into container security or what have you, you can see the knowledge being shared over time and understand, like, okay, you can follow that person's journey, see what they have done, actually reach out and touch, like literally reach out to people on Twitter or in these open source projects, to lend you a hand, right? Into getting it, and that's really what um, what Linux and this whole conversation is about. It's about not just think big, but what open source allows think big to do, what open source allows IBM to do, or Red Hat, Aqua Security, or Rancher for that matter. These projects are it's like people say, get it out the mud, but that's where they're coming from a need, but they're also coming with people that had an idea that can take their idea and spin that idea off into something, and that something turns into a company, and then from that company it turns into money, and then money turns into me hiring people, and me hiring people turns into an IPO. So it's it is a journey. So when people say, how do I see myself in tech, or how can you be in tech for so long, is why would I not be? Why would I not be in
Yeah.
tech? If I stop right now, I can go write blogs. If I stop right now. If I stop right now, I can go teach. If I stop right now, I can go back and just be a Linux administrator and just be all right. It'll be kind of boring, but I could do it.
Yeah.
You know? And Cisco 5 said the Bugzilla site saved me many times while troubleshooting. And I tell people all the time, go read the change logs when they're talking about what's, you know, 8.5 is coming out, or Rancher blah 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 is coming out. What changed? What happened? What are they doing? Uh, how can you contribute to that, right? How can you be influential in that?
So that how you could contribute. I want to answer Rudy's question about Falco, but just to echo what you said, Tamika, and then go back to what you guys are talking about, like starting, and Rudy, you mentioned starting with just the basics, right? Sysadmin stuff, learning, what ping is. And if you have the opportunity to actually touch physical equipment and put a motherboard in and memory and CPU and rack and stack, because absolutely, like, when I'm thinking about the technology, like, I close my eyes and I could see the entire stack because I've had that experience, right? I'm not just like, it's some VPCs or whatever your cloud platform is. So Tamika, so I would add to starting those basics. You should absolutely be finding ways to participate in open source, and the participation can come in many forms. It doesn't necessarily need to be tech, but since that's what I care about, and I think I love the example that you gave about looking at release notes and things. Almost every project today now, I mean, GitHub is the Instagram, TikTok for for tech people, right? I mean, you should be on there, man. You should be, looking at things and get comfortable reading through like source code. I only really mastered. I'm not going to use the word mastered. I only got proficient in one language, which was Python. But in my time as a sysadmin, I was familiar enough with every language that I had to come across. Right? And I was able to look through code and get some sort of understanding or some clue or something to talk to be able to form an opinion or kind of ask a question or something. And I think that's the beauty, right, with open source and then having GitHub as a place to go. You could go look at release notes. You could look at changelog, and you could actually look at code. And if you're inclined in that way, you kind of have that background. That's a way to jump in. Or if you're looking at the release notes or even documentation, and you're like, this crap makes no sense, but then you saw that it's a project by Rudy, and you hit up Rudy, and he had the time, and it's like, hey, let me get on the phone with you and explain it to you. Like, oh, that actually makes more sense. Go ahead and create a pull request. Go figure out how to go pull it and make a contribution to the documentation. That's you participating in getting involved in open source. So you don't necessarily need to be contributing code, but you came up with a better way to explain what the documentation was trying to say, right? In a better layman's terms. Because I know, speaking for myself, I could create some stuff, man, but then to like, and you talked about this earlier to Rudy, when you guys are talking about training people. It took me, and it's something I'm still practicing, but the when you're in like the roles that we're in, I think the next level is to get to where, like, can you explain whatever technologies that you're working on in a way that your granny could understand, Mm-hmm. or if you have a toddler, can they understand? And that is a real challenge, to just kind of kind of break things down, try not to go off too much into the weeds and the speeds and feeds, and just kind of give that good overview example. Like, okay, I kind of understand, I get an understanding here with what you say. It's kind of like this other thing, right? Like, and you make those draw comparison and analogies. So just quickly to answer your question. So yeah, I don't think we use Falco. So StackRox is our product that has the policy-based engine that could do the things that you mentioned Falco does. And to my knowledge, I don't think like StackRox as a project uses like Falco as a component of it. I think it has its own implementation, but StackRox is what does that. So StackRox
does it use eBPF at all?
I don't know.
Okay.
Yeah.
So we do have a question. Have we ever filmed? And I'm not sure when you mean say film. Like, have we ever filmed ourselves, like doing work, or I don't know. I'm not sure on that one. If you could clear that up for me, that'd be great. So here's another one. We're gonna talk about cloud native storage. All right. So Seth. IBM storage, Minio, Nutanix, Port Rocks, Pure Storage. That's it. Unless you got something else. Rudy,
I'm gonna go with Seth.
Okay.
I'm gonna go with Seth. I should get an applause for that one. I need my matter of fact, let me send you my cash app. I'll take my money as soon as you can, man. It's Christmas.
So let me play Rudy here. Why Seth?
So Seth has got to be the most, in my opinion, the most powerful open source storage project I've seen. There's, I think, what is it, Rook? Rook is consuming Ceph.
Yeah.
If you had told me back in 2015 that Ceph would still be around and thriving, I would be like, really? because Ceph is not an easy. And for those who are unfamiliar with Ceph, Ceph is shorthand for cephalopod. It's an open source storage project. Really, it came before around the same time as OpenStack, but it was basically if you got OpenStack, like you wanted Ceph because you were able to do a lot of cool things storage wise that you would have had to go to a vendor to go ahead and get these abilities or whatnots, right? Self healing, to be one of the main things. And Ceph, I think the under is written on top of Rabbit, and Erlang, one if I remember correctly. But Ceph will allow your storage to basically self heal, expand, contract across your entire cluster. Since Ceph has come out, there's been other companies, and I'll be curious to find out if they actually piggybacked on top of or try to make a better version of Ceph. It seems like that's kind of what the pattern is, but Rook, if you're in Kubernetes and you want that same ability that you had in OpenStack, and I would encourage you to go ahead and pick up a Ceph book, right? If you're using Rook, if you're looking at storage from a cloud native perspective, don't look at the blogs, go look at the Ceph project, right? There's books on how to manage Ceph. It took a team of people to manage Ceph back in OpenStack days. Now it's just one man. It's just a cluster to run it. So, but that's why I don't have the performance numbers off the top of my head. I went through a whole training and I was resolving Ceph issues left and right. But it is a phenomenal project. It's very deep. It's a lot. It takes a lot of understanding really to get it and to understand what you're doing. I'm gonna let Roger, because I know you have something to say about it.
No, man. So when Tamika threw it out, I'm like, all right, let me try and be objective here and not go with Ceph. But from the list that you provided, Ceph is a choice, and the reason for me is Ceph runs everywhere, right? Yep. And so one of the benefits you get from because at the end of the day, it is a software-defined storage, and it originated. It was built to basically replace your SAN vendor. I can't even think of one right now. EMC, for example, right? Right. It's for you to get a bunch of x86, boxes running on Linux and basically, build something that would compete with EMC. And then so now, from a cloud native standpoint, the fact that you don't have to be, you could adapt a multi-cloud strategy where you know what, I'm going to run in every cloud, and then I could run, have control of my storage. And so in every cloud, I'm having a Ceph cluster. And the nice thing with Ceph gives you abilities to replicate between the two.
Yes.
So even if you were just in one cloud, I'm not up to speed on what you could do in, say, AWS, but I know one of the things, like, you can't regions are security boundaries, and you can't necessarily like natively go in between them. So if you're using AWS EBCs, like their storage, you can't necessarily replicate data between the two. Well, if your Ceph cluster was backed by EBS volumes, then you could replicate between regions, or replicate, with your cluster running and on Azure, and replicate back to on-prem. And for me, that's one of the things that I like about Ceph. So the way you frame it, when you mention cloud native storage, I'm like, yes, Ceph has to be up there for that reason.
Yeah. And what's funny is, like, I don't remember. Well, I've been in this game long enough to remember when file, object, and block storage were different projects. There wasn't one project that you could go to get all that. You had to do this, you had to do that, right? And to your point,
even inside the SAN,
even inside the SAN, yeah, it wasn't the same thing.
You had to have you were file-based storage, or you were objects store inside of that, and you had to divide your storage up to handle those things.
Yeah, and what's crazy is that there were no vendors. who could do that. Like people try to sell you something. I'm not throwing no vendors out there, but they tried to sell you on this dream that you could. And I, again, hats off to Red Hat, because this goes back to my point with Red Hat bringing in, open source projects to add, and it's a boss move, but that was smart on their end, because the people who created Ceph, they have a certain type of mind. Those people are Red Hat people. Like, they belong in a place of Red Hat, because that's really what you have over there. And I didn't want to see the project go away. So I think it has found a great home. And, you all added, like you do, you add more and more engineers to a project that you can go ahead and resell. But what is your competition, right? There's no competition for Ceph, whether you own them or not. The project is like, because you had customers who were saying, yeah, we're running Ceph. You all didn't have anybody who even knew like how to manage that. So it was a good move.
So yeah. So you asked the question, kind of going back to what I said earlier. If I walked into the room and there was some other vendor, I can't think of a vendor name that would scare me. But we definitely compete with everybody that does storage out there. But It's like, okay, whatever, man. I ain't even gonna let me tell you more about what we do. Not even gonna acknowledge the fact that they exist. And just to I put in the chat.
You come in with BDE.
With BDE.
Yeah.
Oh,
Dion know what I'm talking about.
Yeah. Define for me what is BDE. Hey, I dropped in the chat the link to the so Rook being the upstream project, and then for OpenShift, the downstream product is called OpenShift Container Storage.
Yeah, and I put the Ceph link in there too for those who are unfamiliar, who are uninitiated.
That's what it stands for.
It's true though. I mean,
some things that we're just arguing. It's like
Pure Storage, Portworx, all of these. Now, now the only other project I'll say, Longhorn, right? Having this Rancher conversation.
Yeah, Longhorn is
a really good project. Is it gonna be around the same length of time as Ceph will? It's with the CNCF, it's gaining a lot of traction. I think Rook has been my default go-to when it comes to storage. But Longhorn is pretty compelling. But I like Rook because I have familiarity with Ceph. So where Ceph was scared some people running it inside of Kubernetes. So
and I just want to tie back something. So you said earlier before I got on about you're talking about your experience at Howard and just being able to think year 5 years out. I think what you just touched on too, when a lot of times when folks, especially now that basically everybody I keep saying open source rules the world, and so as you're looking at projects, you do have to keep that in mind. Like, this is a hot project now, but is it going to be around what's coming up on the horizon? I think like Puppet was mentioned before. Like, Tamika noticed. I mean, besides from a Red Hat summit, the other place that we've ran into each other was at a Puppet Conf. I mean, even when Red Hat acquired Ansible, I'm like, screw Ansible. I'm a Puppet master. And look at it now. Chef came in, and then definitely, I would say Ansible is the number one, automation tool. So, it's in this industry, you got to be able to flex, to adjust, be able to kind of, see what's coming, because you definitely don't want to end up building your business and by business, even you as a individual, like a small company, and you went, and you, let's say you had the tech chops and you went with just straight, community bits and stuff. You got to think about, again, is this thing going to be around a year or 5 years from now? And then am I going to be able to move off it, quickly enough to save my business. So
I always go with this standpoint when I'm looking at what I'm teaching. How long does it take that person to learn that, right? Is it gonna take, like, I think Puppet has a 2 week turnaround time for you to really get it. I
Mhm.
think Ansible has a day. I think you can get Ansible within a day. If you know how to read, install a package, follow the commands, you can do it in a day. Puppet, you just you're not gonna do that within a day. You're just not. All
Mm-mm.
right. And
Mm-mm.
so when I'm looking at something, I'm looking at how long is it gonna take me to get the message across to the people that don't know anything about it. Can i can i sit with them for a week, and then after that first day that they learned it, and I can lead them on their own to write at least one playbook? Can I get somebody up to speed and write a Puppet module, or 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 then,
FRCP or cookbook, whatever they call it.
yeah, so like
Hey,
I honestly can't say that's a feasible task for someone to do.
or salt stack. I'm gonna throw,
Yeah,
for those
assault stack
special people in the world.
and see and
Listen,
chef.
let me say this: Think Big will happily be your vendor, but we will have a conversation about your salt environment. But what to me was interesting, and when Puppet was in its heyday, right? 2013, 14.
Yeah, I think I was at the first Puppet conference.
Did you go to one out in San Francisco?
Yeah, I went to the first Puppet conference. I was in fact, I went to like one of the very first trainings that Puppet had. And I went to the training, and I was like, okay, I know this stuff. And I went to the training and I was just lost. I was like, what the hell is this? And I'm gonna be
Hey,
here for 4 days for this training.
listen.
Man, what in the world is this?
So you want
And
to hear some craziness?
I was lost.
When I ended up stumbling across Puppet because I was at a I was at a company, and when they brought me on board to manage their Macs, this is actually how I got into doing Kubernetes, so to speak. Um, I put in a request for this software called JMF to manage. They're a huge Apple vendor for all types of Macs. Long story short, the director ended up leaving the company, and so I had this proposal sitting. I'm like, well, what's going on? And I'm like, well, we actually don't know what's going to happen. And 1 week go by, 2 week go by, I'm like, well, I'm not going to lose this contract, right? So I reached out to the open source community, started doing some Googling, how to manage Macs open source, right? And I ended up coming across some article talking about Puppet and Chef, and it listed a free node chat room. So I went in there, I was asking, what are y'all using to manage all these Macs? And a couple people said Chef, and one dude said, oh, you really should try Puppet. And I went and looked at the documentation. I was like, I don't know where even to start. Long story short, I pulled a Mac Pro out of asset storage, wiped it, dropped Ubuntu on it, dropped Puppet on it as my Puppet master. I had some dude who was like, look, I can do a WebEx with you. Let me control it. I'll show you how to set it up. Had to use what did they use? They used Passenger back in the
Mhm.
day, right? Or there was a Fusion Passenger or something, some craziness like that. And I got it running on a Mac, and I ended up doing, like, can I just create a folder on another Mac? And I was able to create like just a directory. After that, I was hooked, and I dropped Puppet on a couple hundred Macs. The director for IT was like, so why don't you bring your Linux admin skills over to the Linux team and help us manage our Linux machines?
That's what's
Well,
up.
Dude, I had that running, and I had a request from the ecom team. This is at spot called Harbor Freight, and I'm sure this puppet environment, it better not be around. But the ecom team was like,
Harbor
look,
Freight, is that out of Chicago?
no, Calabasas, California, out near
Okay, okay.
Malibu. You would think it's a Midwest company, but no, yeah, it's a LA company. But the same group that I was managing the Max for, they were like, look, it's taking us months to get a VM. Can you help us? I'm like, well, yeah, let me see what I can do. Came across OpenStack to build out a private cloud. So I went ahead, I deployed OpenStack using what was it, Juju Charms, because that's what Ubuntu was pushing at the time. So I deployed my first OpenStack environment using the Charms. And then from that, literally got hooked on OpenStack, got brought on to Mirantis, where we did a lot of competition against Red Hat for a lot of, OpenStack business at the time. And Mirantis ended up training me on Kubernetes. Yeah, I saw how, listen, but I say all that to say nobody would have picked Ansible as the configuration management tool that would actually grow. Right, because it's not the one that's the most popular all the time. Sometimes it's the one that's the most simplistic. Right, because it was too simple. It didn't have the as wide support as say Chef or Puppet, and so a lot of people discount it. I was like, well, it can't do much.
Yeah,
Red Hat saw some stuff down the line, said no, we need this, right?
Now I use Ansible. I met them. It was two ladies we met at a Red Hat conference. They had a booth, and they were like, "Hey, we're meeting with the CEO from Red Hat later on today. You should come back by the booth. Excuse me. You should come back by the booth and meet him. I want you to meet him, and I want to introduce you to him and stuff like that." And I was like, okay. So they were showing me Ansible. I was like, okay, well, I'll take it back and use it, this, that, and other. So I started playing with it, started using it, and it started getting real popular. And I knew it was over for Puppet before Red Hat bought Ansible. I knew it was over for Puppet because, again, the time to get sped up on it and to learn how to use it. And then Red Hat bought bought Ansible. And I was like, it's over for the satellite server and Puppet. It's a wrap. And everybody at Red Hat was like, no, we're never gonna do that. That's not what we're gonna do. I'm like, why wouldn't you? It don't even make sense for you not to. And then they tried to play this game with like, well, we're gonna still use Puppet to do certain things, and then we're gonna have Ansible do these things. And so there's some remnants laying around in certain things, but for the most part, I was like, I knew it was over. I knew it was a wrap. I knew it was Ghost City for that.
So, I didn't see that coming.
I want to piggyback on Rudy, and so Tamika bait me into getting on here thinking that we're gonna beef, but this ain't no East Coast West Coast thing. So
it is East Coast West Coast.
we end up sharing a lot of stuff here. So just kind of give a.
And you from New York. It's an East Coast West Coast technical beef. I'm gonna rename that.
Oh yeah, because I moved out to Austin from LA, so
it's gonna be an East Coast West Coast technical beef. Yeah. That's what I'm putting down. That's what I'm going with.
So kind of going just give real quick on my like automation background. So like you said, Rudy, folks in the military, I was in the Navy. Got out of the Navy, went back to New York, got a job at Baruch College and working with FreeBSD. We had some Solaris systems, and I was working there part-time, and the lead sysadmin left, and I got the role. And so here I am in charge of, all these systems. And that's when I got into Perl and realized, man, I hate Perl. And then when I got into Perl, it was my first time actually coding So kind of weird. I kind of skipped the whole shell scripting thing and got into Perl, and like I hate Perl, and but I like this idea of telling the computers exactly what to do. And then I'm like, what else is there? Then I got into CF Engine and kind of hated that too. And then discovered Puppet when Puppet just first came on the scene, and was able to use it and get some things automated. So I went from doing like day-to-day admin tasks to basically having everything that I have to do. Like I would spend time. I'll go into work and basically, no kid you, man, not leave. Like, I mean, I'm there the whole night just to automate the shit out the hell out of something, like some challenge that I ran into for that day. I'm like, yo, babes, I ain't gonna make it up tonight. I used to lie. There's like an outage and everybody got to stay by, damn outage, but I'm gonna automate this. And you know what that turned into? So I got to the point where I used to just show up to work, go in my office, close the door, and watch Dr. Who, because everything was automated. Email, came in. I forgot the ticket system that we were using, and I just run my automation stuff fixed. And people are like, man, yo, Rodriguez is a genius. Like, like he gets everything. Like, yeah, give me about an hour to get that done. Let me go bang on it, watch my Doctor Who episode, and then like kick off my automation.
You need to do an episode lies sysadmins tell their significant others. hey, call us back for that one, man. Call us back to me. Come on, because I got some lies. It's a confession hour.
Oh snap! We're gonna have to do a part 2. Lies, sysadmin and they lies.
Or you could call it, my wife don't believe me that I'm actually like on the computer and I'm not on Facebook or something. It's not like, I'm actually geeking out on some real stuff.
Oh yeah, late nights.
It's addictive.
Late nights in the lab, man. I could sometimes on Fridays I couldn't wait to get home. All right, because I'm like, man, I'm gonna get home. I'm gonna get me, maybe a couple of drinks. I got my Cisco switches up. I got my routers. I got 10 computers in here. I got my routing protocol set up. I'm gonna put 2 computers on here. I'm gonna build the NFS server over there. I'm gonna build the DHCP server now. Put Active Directory on this one. I'm gonna put Open LDAP over here. I'm gonna have them authenticating back and forth. I'm gonna see if I can get it all to work. Can I ping all the way around? Oh, I gotta get on the internet over here. I gotta get on my Windows box to look up stuff. Let me print that off so I can turn around and just go to each computer or SSH to do it. Man, I used to do that, man. And now,
so that goes back to
what I don't even want to do it.
I know that too, but that there though, Tamika, goes back to what Rudy said. So I don't have a degree, all right. I got a bunch of college credits, but I ain't got a degree. But what I have is what Tamika just described. Being in Brooklyn, especially at the time of my sysadmin days, and my boys are like, yo, let's go out, this party and stuff. I'm like, man, I'm trying to go, geek out on this thing. Like I just like picked up some new thing today, this problem I was having all week and I figured it out. And now I'm going to like that used to excite me more than basically anything else. And I think, that's one of the things that I from my experience, I've seen just kind of separate folks in this industry. Like, it's what difference from, are you gonna basically be at help desk and never move beyond that, or are you gonna be a engineer? Someone that's gonna create solutions, that other folks are gonna, and not necessarily solutions for like end users. You're creating solutions for other technical folks, right? For your peers, right? Yep. And that's, I think that's the drive, and that's what differentiates you. And when I'm doing interviews and I'm screening folks, I'm never necessarily looking for, trying to ask you, what does this Linux command or do, or, how, does bridging work? Like, that's nonsense. I'm trying to pick up on, like, do you geek out? Like, do you get excited about, do you go, well, nobody necessarily buying physical books, but, do you go to a damn book or a documentation and just try and like devour that thing? And I'm going to go try this thing. Okay. I'm going to try and break this thing. I'm going to try to like, that's a differentiator. Like that's the thing. I don't think, I don't know. I don't know that everybody have that. I don't know if it's something that can necessarily be learned.
Yeah.
You
Now,
can't.
when you ask this question right here, Tracy LA, as a Linux admin, to I can say it from this perspective. What I do on Wednesdays when I open up the command line and I am building a cluster in AWS or using Terraform, or I am moving around on the command line, that is the everyday. There's not there's not an everyday where I am sitting there where I'm doing repetitive things every day. Not at this point. Maybe early as a sysadmin where you're coming in and you're like, hey, I need to build out this VMware stack, and I'm gonna take this. This is old school. I'm gonna take this machine. I'm gonna stick this CD in there. I'm gonna go into the BIOS and I'm gonna boot up off this CD. Make sure it recognizes all of the actual drives. I'm gonna use the RAID controller and build my RAID and then boot that up. Oh, and by the way, I had to rack and stack it, and I had to make sure I had the cables set up, and it's got a dual NIC, and I need to make sure that I bond bond two. It's a dual NIC, a quad. It's a dual NIC, but it's quad on each NIC, and I bond two of those NICs together, and they go back to separate switches, which are managed from whatever. Yeah, you feel me? That you can, but it, I don't. I've never understood how I could do like a day in the life. What I can do in terms of it, a day in the life is show you on a diagram. Here is the customer's problem. Here's how to here's how we're going to look and analyze that problem as a team and as an individual, and then let's come up with a solution to solve that. And then what do you think the steps are to get there, right?
Yeah.
I think that part is more important than showing you what my day-to-day is, because
Yeah.
that day-to-day could really change. But
Especially
what
now.
right,
My day to day, it would be nothing to see because it's all out of I'm automating. Maybe you will see the maybe I could film the process of me going through automating stuff and banging my head on like, crap, man, do I have to go jump into doing this thing in Python because the Ansible, the language itself, is sort of limited. I need to work with this complex data structure, and even that in itself is kind of boring because it's just a lot of
I mean, you have
thinking.
You'd have to know what you're looking at, like just listen to Tamika rattle off, Bond and Knicks. I think if you had that itch, if you got that passion and that drive, you'll get it. But to show it, like, I got little kids. My kids have no idea what I do. Now, one of them is like, hey, Dad, can I help you with your work? I'm like, I'm building something. What you building? I can't tell you. I can help you, man. Just show me. I said, he's like, oh, it's like making a cookie. It's like, I wish it was that easy, but it would be so boring to
right.
me unless you got that hustle. Because like when you talking about that, I'm thinking like, yeah, I remember those nights. I was like, hey, what you doing tonight? Nothing. I'm gonna go ahead in the office for a little bit, and I go in there and go in the server room. And that's exactly what you hear. Nothing. No one in there tell you no. No one in there
Silence.
to
All
distract
you
you. The
hear, all
lights are
you hear,
off.
yeah, all you hear
Listen.
is this. This what you hear.
Yeah, that's it. That's and that's the sound of creative juices flowing.
Right.
That's the sound of you about to level up and get
Yeah.
something done. I can't videotape what they call it, that ASMR or something.
Yeah.
You can't put that on YouTube. Hearing server fans whispering and whistling. I can't. What's in my mind, in the mind of anybody else who has that hustle and that thing that they just, I gotta get this out. It's like a junkie. It's like a drug. That's the only thing I can liken it to. It's like some sort of high that you get by
Now
sitting
that
down.
now speaking of that would be cool. This to like monitor your heart rate.
I was thinking the same thing. Exactly.
And your brain
your brain waves.
activating. And that will be cool because at that point you're just like, okay, because when I walk in the server room, I'm like, okay, what is what caused this outage? Was it a bad power drive? Was it what happened?
Let me one up you. Even better when you caused the outage.
Yeah.
Hey, wait, you caused the outage because you were like, listen, if it dies.
Right, but that's why you there. Let me tell you,
I gotta resolve this thing before business hours.
That automation is costing out. It's okay though. It's a small price to pay.
We should title this "Admins from the Crypt," right?
Yo,
because I can tell you a story about me having a machine that was supposed to have, like, I had a VMware server set up, and it was supposed to be RAID 1 on it, right? And so I was like, okay, cool. Let me get this up and running. This is good. Boom. I was like, yeah, I'm good. I'm good for the weekend. This, that, and other. Then somebody called me because they came into the office on Saturday. They was like, hey, I can't access the machine, this, that, and other. And and they was like, and my project is due on Monday, so that's why I came in. I was like, I took care of that yesterday. I was like, all right, let me hop in the car, let me run down there. So I get down there and I'm like, I go to the screen, it's black. Go to the KVM, it's black. And I see the lights up. I'm like, it's black. So I go to reboot, it come back up black. I'm like, no, this is not happening. No, this is not it. So I was like, luckily I did create the RAID 1, and then I took out the OneDrive, so it automatically just boot on the OneDrive because we had a RAID 1, and it came back up. I said, but damn, I need another drive because I can't afford this to go down. I was like, well, let me let you do your work real quick and let me go to my computer and back up this data somewhere else and let me build another RAID somewhere else and then move that data over. So that way, if it does happen or on Sunday or something like that, I'm good for Monday because we just moved your data over. We still good, right?
Yeah.
So, but that would be the day in the life that would get recorded. Probably this is what would get recorded. I'm gonna just be honest with you. This is what would get recorded. God damn it, shit. What the hell?
It's the reaction video.
It's the reaction
video. Yeah.
But look, you know how it goes on now. Now when we get recorded, it's like, oh, it ring. Hey, hit Slack. All these P1s popping off, all these alerts going off, and then all of a sudden you get a call 15 minutes later from the knock. Hey, what's up? Oh, we have an outage. Oh, we need you to outage on what? It says it's down. We lost a node. Did you look at it again? Yeah. Well, it's green now. I said, so what you need? Hold on. Let me run through my playbook. I'm gonna go put you on mute. Okay. I'm asleep. Hey, so we checked it. Yeah, everything's hey man, I'm here if you need me. That's how it goes down in Kubernetes land now. It's like, you know what? Why are you called? Now I gotta wait. So let me tell you. So I come in the next day. Yeah, so they woke me up in the middle of the night because they thought something happened. Like it was supposed to happen like that.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
And that's what we've come from being in the I want to say bare metal machines to VMware to after VMware would be Kubernetes after VMware.
Hmm.
That would be the after that. I mean, and I guess you could insert cloud in between that, but I'm strictly thinking on prem because really after the cloud came out, nobody cared about on prem until they had to care. And so that's when you had the Azure Stack, the AWS Outpost, OpenStack, um,
Well, no,
and
what was the one that came out? No, what was the one that they before OpenStack? Eucalypt. Was it
Oh
Eucalyptus?
yeah, yeah,
Yeah,
uh,
none of
yeah. I
that.
remember. I remember
yeah,
that.
but it wasn't popular.
It tried to be.
Yeah, yeah,
It tried to
yeah.
be. But I mean, to your point, like no one cared about it. But I will say, I will give OpenStack this amount of credit. I don't think Kubernetes would be what it is today if it wasn't for OpenStack. And if it wasn't for NASA, right? In that
Okay,
whole and where that whole project came from. Because you had space agencies running OpenStack. You had telecom companies like
you still
AT&T.
do.
Yeah, AT&T running their whole backhaul off of OpenStack. But it's a pain in the ass to upgrade. You can't do an upgrade on OpenStack
All those
reliably.
services.
Reliability and OpenStack do not what upgrade. That was not a feasible. So I think Kubernetes it came in and it solved a problem. And in my mind, its main problem it solved was the ability to upgrade OpenStack. And then you kind of peel back the layer. Oh snap, we can just build the whole thing with Kubernetes. Well, just go that direction, right? But I don't think it would be where it is. I think the data center is better for it, right? You had to have that progression because everything that people were trying to do with the data center with OpenStack, everybody's now doing with Kubernetes. But Kubernetes is solving all the problems that OpenStack solved. It's built on top of that. Say, hey, listen, what's the next thing we need to solve for?
But it's created more problems.
It's creating.
Kubernetes has created more problems.
Yeah,
Inside the
And I,
data center.
what do you mean though, Tamika? Like I'm just
Yeah.
kind
so
of.
when with the problem that Kubernetes has created is the speed to learn it. The time to learn it and the time to learn it at scale has been exponential. Um, I think Rancher tries to do a good job of this, and I think OpenShift tries to do a good job of this. But what happens is it's still that fundamental troubleshooting piece that goes missing underneath that. We don't have the like for me, putting someone who doesn't have a background in tech in front of Kubernetes is like a death match, right? I'm putting you in front of something, and I'm saying this from a build perspective. Install it, build it, understand how everything works, and go out there and go on your way. I think the time to learn that is it, it can be gained if you know the basics, but I don't think I can put someone, and you all may have a different opinion. I just from a person that deals with people all the time, putting them in front of Kubernetes to learn that is a learning curve. Putting them in front of OpenShift is a learning curve. Understanding VMs, understanding containers, then understanding orchestration is there are steps to that that have to be had. I think before we get into understanding how Kubernetes works, because under and understanding Kubernetes is also the security perspective of that and the networking perspective of that. So I think the exponential to learn, and the other reason why I say that is because there's so many people out there that are reaching out on a day-to-day basis. This be like, do you know Kubernetes? And what do you know about it? And how can you explain this and can you explain that? And we're not even talking about scaling Kubernetes. We're just talking about, do you know the basics? So that's why I say is I think it's exponential on a learning curve to learn right now for someone that doesn't know anything to learn that. That's my take on that.
I I would say if you're limited, well, it doesn't matter if it's data center or cloud, but because cloud kind of cheats you from what you need to learn, what you should know when you're running Kubernetes.
But that's what I'm saying right there. That
But
cheat right there is an issue. Let me tell you why.
okay,
I'm gonna give you this one.
okay,
So I'm in Terraform. I'm going to write my own module for a GKE cluster. I'm not going to
hmm
use Terraform's GKE cluster. I'm going to write my own module because I don't need all the other things that may come with that, right? I only want some things. All right, I get my cluster up and my default node pool, and now I want to add different node pools because I need different GPUs, I need different CPUs, I need blah blah blah. But there's a learning curve when it comes to even just that, right? Because that learning curve is, okay, what is that GPU going to do and what are they going to gain? How do I need to configure that? What syscontrol or syscontrol.conf commands do I need to put in there? Do I need to do IPv forwarding, IPv4 forwarding? Do they need some type of file system limits, or those little things that I can go build that, right? But if I go look at the Terraform documentation to build that cluster and read through everything,
hmm
and never ever in my life have touched Linux, I wouldn't know that stuff.
But you shouldn't be using it though if you're at that point. Like,
Okay, okay, but that's what
but
I'm
that's not
saying.
Kubernetes. That to me, that's not Kubernetes' fault. I
I
what
didn't say it was.
it's not Kubernetes' fault, but I think to the if you find yourself in that situation, you are at a problem that you should be at, because if you're like, I want Kubernetes because I want Kubernetes, I want the outcome, I want what Kubernetes. Everybody keeps talking
You want
about this
all that
great thing.
smoke.
I want all that smoke, right? I want all that smoke, right? But you can't breathe. Like you don't even know how to inhale, exhale. And that's the thing, is like kind of going to what Roger touched on earlier, which he said, he doesn't have the degrees. You don't need degrees. But you know what though? You don't need the certs either. The certs will not save you when it comes to Kubernetes. The degree ain't gonna save you, and the degree never saved you in the first place. What's gonna save you is, are you willing to get down and dirty and actually learn what it actually does? Because it's just an orchestrator. That's it, right? All that smoke that you want,
Are you
it.
willing to tell sleep? Yo, ain't got no time for sleep.
Listen, this thing right here, I pulled out the manual. I had to go get the manual. This thing right here, this ain't even it. This is this. Are you willing to go to get your RHEL certification and any other Linux cert? Just learn it, because like you talk about
Okay,
GPU.
okay, hold on before you continue.
Go ahead.
So, hey, all right, look, this is random Tam's giveaway, $20 giveaway here, and you all can feel free to add in on what you want on that. Um, Tam's giveaway. All right, this is a $20 giveaway. Uh, I like doing giveaways, right? I do. I like doing giveaways. Okay, for those who have been on, because I know some of y'all been on. Um, I'm gonna see if you paid attention. I'm gonna see if you paid attention. Okay, I called out a couple of things, and I said shots fired. This gonna make you all think and look. What was? Let me make sure I got it right. Let me go. Okay, okay. What was the number one uh repository that Rudy picked when I asked him um the repository? But I know what it was. You tell me what was that repository? You can type it in the chat. And then when you do type it in the chat, you got to shoot me your Cash App. Now you can shoot me your
Hey,
Cash App in Slack,
do I get
or
$40 for responding?
you are not part of this game. This is for the audience. This is for the audience. What was Rudy pick on the repository? No, 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 no. That wasn't it. Kevin, you late. I know you weren't here. What's going on, Kevin? What's going on, Cole and Evan in Miami? What's going on before the billions? Before the billions is another YouTuber. He has his show Before the Billions. He is in data engineering, data science. It's not Dr. Fran. I'm trying to help him get his yep. It's a social repository. If you old school, kind of like CVS, SVN, but it wasn't neither one of those. I know exactly what it was. Just see if you're paying attention. But Before the Billions is doing data engineering, and I want to say more or less data science, pretty much. But I'm trying to get Before the Billions to get his money up. He's in Atlanta, so we got some other Southern representatives over here. I ain't up here by myself with this East Coast West Coast thing. The South got something to say. The South got something to say. All right, so I see y'all don't have it. Ooh, that was a good one. T. That was a good one, T. Keep your money, T. Keep your money, T. All right, so back to what we were saying.
Wait. So are you sure you saw everything in the chat?
Yeah, I
Okay,
did.
okay. Oh, okay.
Yeah, nobody has it.
Really?
No, nobody has it. That's not the report. That's the repo he picked was not that. It wasn't even on the list that I even announced. I know.
You're right. You're right. He did say
See,
something else. Yes, yes,
yep.
yes, yes,
Got
yes,
them
yes.
deep cut knowledge over here. We outside, inside, dropping all types of knowledge and gems.
Yeah, yeah. It's not up here. I could say I give you this. It ends with an E. It's so giddy. You're so giddy. So giddy.
That's a
All
tough
right,
one, though. To be fair, though, because
that's all right.
I don't think that a lot of people are familiar with that one.
It's okay. It's okay. It's part of the stream. All right, now it's part of the stream. You got to go back and watch it. All right, now I did have another one before we get into our fight. Let's do one for since Before the Billions is on. Let's do a database one, a cloud native database. Okay, so let's see what you're gonna go with. All right, here we go. Cassandra, CubeDB, MariaDB, or Neo4j,
I
or
had
you can pick somebody else.
nah, I got triggered when someone said Neo 4J. MariaDB.
Okay,
Yeah, we'll go with Maria.
okay. What you got?
I wasn't even I thought you were asking the
I'm asking you.
kind
It's
of
back to
I kind
you.
I kind of threw that one out. If you don't mind. Which
Cloud
databases did you list? So
cloud native
cloud.
storage. I said
Oh,
Cassandra, Neo4j, Cube, DB, and there was another one I said.
storage or databases?
Databases. Sorry.
Okay. I'm not hearing. Well, man, this was kind of tough. Because I guess what I'm struggling with, right? I kind of went through this thing a long time ago when I was a consultant, and back when the beginning of MongoDB, and on the team that I was on, we were building a private cloud, and we had an argument about, is there a place still for structured databases, like the SQL based databases, and there's folks on the team was like, nah, it's all about the unstructured stuff, MongoDB, you could throw all sorts of crap into that database, and like, nah, I think a structured database still is relevant. So one of the things I didn't hear you mention, and I don't know if it's on the list that you're reading, but for me, it's Postgres. It's always been.
Yeah. If you put that on, I would have chosen that.
There's another one on there. It's Postgres on there.
Yeah.
It's Postgres.
Structured data.
Okay, but why? Why Postgres over MariaDB? And let me tell you this. This is for me. This is always a interview question. Why would you choose Postgres over MariaDB?
Because let me see. I don't know if they. So what I like about Postgres, there's a path towards enterprise support. All right, so other than it being open source, available to use, from a Linux distro standpoint, in a Linux distro, you could app install, yum install, whatever that tool is, so and similar to MariaDB, but the difference now is that, okay, now I've gotten to the point and I need that vendor support, right, and need that life cycle around it for you to go, because there's actually a good strong company that's behind Postgres. And then given the fact, if you've been in the business a while, basically what happened when Oracle kind of killed MySQL, and that's the reason why we have MariaDB. So if you consider that history as well.
And before the video said he used MariaDB, but never Postgres SQL. And Princess C, you asked us what we doing up. We in here tech fighting. That's what we do. This is a tech fight.
Well, Tamika trying to get us to fight, but it seems like Rudy and I are kind of like complimenting each other here. We got our differences,
Yeah, absolutely.
But it ain't so much of a fight.
It's East Coast versus West Coast. Put them popcorn signs up. That's what you do.
Almost did it. Almost did it. No, Maria for me, because MySQL. I was not a Maria fan when MySQL was a thing. Percona, everybody else, but it's so much. I'm not gonna say easier. It just makes sense. It does things the right way. I don't worry that something get lost, that something gone. It's just, sometimes it's the old faithful. It's the solid things that you appreciate. And I think when dealing with Kubernetes, if I have the opportunity to use Maria, I'll use it. I could do Cassandra. Cassandra is like Kubernetes within Kubernetes. It's like, that's just too much. Like, you're doing too much. Like, so no, thank you. Postgres works. Postgres works, no issues.
Yeah, I have to agree with you on that though. There's something about like if I were to deploy a database now for a project, given that I've been not been a practicing sysadmin for years, it's something about muscle memory, and I would gravitate towards MariaDB more because I know how to, once I get it deployed, how to log into it. I know how to do a query. I know how to create a database, add tables and stuff to it and pop. It's just, whereas Postgres, I don't have that same muscle memory, right? And so it wouldn't be the thing I default to, because then I would definitely have to refer to the documentation. Like, how do I create a database again? How do I actually delete the database and navigate around the Postgres CLI? Yeah, so.
Yeah, every time I use MySQL, I feel like Thor picking up his hammer. Like I put my hand out, and if something works, like I'm still worthy. Like
Yeah.
And listen, it feels good. It's like, let me get where's my semicolon? It worked. Okay, we're good.
Yeah.
All right. So what we do have here tonight is we do have some people that are new to Kubernetes itself, and just the whole architecture around it. If you look at if you want to look at Kubernetes, I think looking at OpenStack would kind of give you some idea, like how to mix open source projects and pull them together in order to create this product, right? So when looking at someone who's starting at the beginning, I know, Roger, you're gonna say go to OpenShift, learn OpenShift.com, right? And start playing there. But suppose I need a little bit more in-depth knowledge, right? Let's break it down so that your granny can learn it. Where would I start if I had to teach? Say I had to teach my mom.
I want to hear this answer.
Shots. Shots fired.
So that's a tough thing, and one of the things I want to kind of I wanted to interject in the conversation. I think one of the things that we're not doing, especially we're talking about Kubernetes and like the learning curve, and absolutely what you need to learn is what persona are you coming to Kubernetes as? Are you the person that's responsible for actually running, managing the platform and making it available? Or you're just, maybe you work someplace where they're still doing things the old fashioned way, are you just responsible for making sure some application runs in Kubernetes? Or, are you a developer and you're actually writing code and then you're going to, you're building containerized apps and that are going to run on a Kubernetes platform. So I wanted to put that in because I think that's important, and that's going to dictate like what you're learning, mileage, your learning curve is going to be when it comes to Kubernetes. Because I would say that if you're just deploying apps to the platform, then yeah, I think you could get what you need to get from going through some certification course or just kind of sort of reading, some stuff or following some tutorials. But I think at least what I get out of this conversation we've been having, and because we all have sysadmin background, and we're kind of looking at it completely different, because we've all, as a sysadmin, and the thing, I'm sure you've probably said this many times, on Tamika, but the whole idea about a sysadmin, there was a book when I was a sysadmin that I read called the Art of System Administration. It is an art, and a sysadmin, system admin, you touch on everything. So I think that's part of the thing that we're sort of adding to this conversation, that because we are from that sysadmin background and we've all played the storage role, the networking role. I know I've had to jump in and played a Java developer. I'm like, oh, what the hell is this language? And I had to read through that source code, and that's the beauty of being a sysadmin. So yeah, if you're going to be a sysadmin for Kubernetes, yeah, the learning curve can be very steep. But if you're just going, coming in from the other two personas, I think it's different. back to your question, Tamika, like the only way I know how to answer that really, and it just goes back to how I learned, and now going back to why something like Rancher is a good starting point, because they do, yeah, let me see, yeah, to my knowledge, they're the only one with a low footprint Kubernetes option, right? K3
Mm-hmm.
K3s, and so you could basically get started on anything. I don't know if you could still find a Raspberry Pi now or buy one, but you could get a Raspberry Pi up and you could go find some tutorials and start doing that. So yeah, I don't have an answer for you, to kind of, because that's a tough one, where for my
And that goes back to what I
grandma
was
to
saying
go
earlier.
learn. Yeah,
Yeah,
but
let's go back to what I was saying earlier. The learning curve is exponential when
yeah.
we're talking about that versus, and don't get me wrong, you can go build a GKE cluster, but you're missing everything underneath that, right? You're missing
Yeah, but the
that
question though
cellular.
is like, again, what's your role, what's your persona, and really come to think of it, what do you really need to know? And that's what I'm saying. Like once you kind of define, you know, and
So
yeah,
Rodrigue, we're gonna go back to the old school days. I want you to know everything.
yeah.
I want
So
you I want you to
we're talking
know.
to sysadmins, yes, and then yeah,
Yeah, yeah. I want you to know how you're subnetting your, if you're gonna use Calico or Flannel or something else. Or why? What's your purpose? What is that? So I want you to know everything. Here's why. Here's my take on it, right? And this is just my take from trying to get people from A to F. Literally talking about A to F. The reason why is because in interviews, and I've said on many of them, that's how we're treated. That's how we're treated. We're treated as if we need to know everything.
Mm-hmm.
And if we don't know those little things, those little nuances, we get tossed. When it comes down to when you sit in and they like, hey, let's do a review of what you think about this person. The review is, well, they knew X, Y, and Z, but they didn't know how to mount a drive remotely from an NFS server that was out in AWS, and then they didn't know where to start troubleshooting it. But they got all these other things. And I'm not saying that it's pressure on us, but I'm saying it's pressure on us. Not not to necessarily be perfect, but to understand how to get to where we need to go. How do we break? How do we figure out that big problem and make it into small steps in order to get there? And that's for me, sitting in and doing interviews and then reviewing people where somebody else might come up and they don't know 90% of the stuff that we ask them. But you know what happens? What ends up happening is that the people in the room would say, but I like them.
Right.
They were so funny.
Yeah.
so
They had charisma. We can They can learn when they get here. And I'm the one over here like, hell no.
I
Go
think
get me that person that knew the 90%.
Right.
I ain't gotta like you to work with you. I just need for you to work. I don't have
so
to like you.
let me answer though, Tamika, though, because what I'm still hearing is, if I'm gonna, you know work for Rudy in Rudy business, all his IT stuff is is basically either something that's SaaS based, is consuming something that's the SaaS based, or is running completely in a public cloud. Again,
Maybe.
but I'm just saying, let's go with that.
Okay.
How much as a admin at that point, you know, do you really need to know?
A
And
lot.
I I just think it depends, right? I think it depends. The reason why the cloud, right, Amazon, I would say became so successful is because it allowed for basically not just developers. I mean, definitely developers are the ones who are doing it. But basically, anyone at the time, back then within a organization to bypass IT and with their credit card and get a VM, and then Amazon started adding additional stuff, and so basically anything that you want. A couple while back, I was reading an article about this guy with a trucking company and the whole low code, no code thing, and was able to turn a spreadsheet app into a database. And it was no IT, no tech background, was able to doing all of that, and part of that made that possible because he was able to go on AWS and spin up an instance, and so.
But you looking at it,
I just feel like
yeah.
The way things are going, and then like speaking from a vendor perspective, for example, OpenShift, we have an option for where we call it. I don't like the term, but we call it manage, right? You could either run OpenShift unmanaged meaning that you're doing all the work, or manage. So you could go on Azure or you could go on AWS. Are we in Google Compute? But anyway, so those two, and just so you can kind of spin up a instance of, name your favorite Linux distro or Windows, you could do the same thing and spin up an OpenShift cluster. And so this is where now the term, right, I call it the new term for sysadmin comes in, SRE. In that model, it's Red Hat, and say if you're on AWS, and AWS that's responsible for basically all the admin stuff. You just basically have a platform, OpenShift, and you just go use it, right? And so I think that, and then you start thinking about the role that AI is going to play into things. It's whereas I think when we started, it is absolutely true. You got to be able to check all those boxes, and I think now there's an opportunity for you to to get into the space, to get into tech. You could argue that you probably won't be as marketable, because you can't check a lot of boxes, but you'll be able to get in, right? If you say,
but
I know just this one thing and nothing below this stack, right? I don't know exactly how OpenShift actually works, but I know how to deploy an app onto OpenShift.
But I hear you. But here's where I'm gonna push back on you. You're not doing the interview.
Well, he's not doing the interview, but in the instance, I agree with what he's saying. However, while that model is true, and it's becoming more and more true, because I mean, managed services has been something that we get asked for a lot. Most people don't want to run Kubernetes. Now, I'm passionate about it. The problem is you run into a situation where, to your point, Tamika, you have people who are, I will call them unqualified, in positions that require a qualified person. It'd be the equivalent of, it's not even like a doctor, the nurse practitioner. It'd be the equivalent of the lady who come take your temperature operating on you, right? It's the equivalent of the receptionist who's like, let me see you got COVID. All right, so just lay down on the table, and then count back from 100, and then we got you. You're gonna be straight. And that's not gonna work because there's only so many qualified people, and there's only so many people who actually want to learn that information, right?
Right.
When you get these people coming in an interview, depending on how they look, a lot of times they end up keep it. Man, listen, it's too late to not keep it real. Depending on how they look, they'll go ahead and you'll get the position. Why? Because we like that person. This person can't do nothing for you though when y'all get popped. Now, this person though is gonna end up being somebody's director. This person's gonna end up becoming somebody's manager and holding back an organization. This person's gonna be the reason why y'all can't hire nobody, because they have their own mindset that has nothing to do with proper architecture process, actually knowing the nuts and bolts, right?
Yep.
This is the type of person who needs a computer to work on your car. Because the dude, I promise you, that master mechanic, that OG mechanic who been working on cars and tinkers and stuff all day, that's the dude who rarely gets promoted. But in our situation, I would say we kind of need to push back on just letting anybody in the building. Why? Because when you let's just take it from a national security standpoint.
You putting all this work.
Well, you putting applications, you putting infrastructure at risk, right? Because if you put us up against China, Russia, some of these other countries, right, and their engineers, they know everything. Why? Because they don't want them taking shortcuts. They're like, look, y'all need to compete against them over there. So their engineers, I'll say, are better quality. They have a high quality. Like one of the things coolest story I ever heard at Mirantis, CEO at the time was telling us, we asked him, like, how is it that y'all know all this stuff? Like, why is everybody on OpenStack Ukrainian and Russian? Why? Like, you go look at Stackalytics, you go check the repo, and it's Igor in them. And Igor, one of my friends. But I promise you, it's Igor, it's Ronan, it's all these cats,
and this is why I was just on Erica Williams' show earlier.
Yeah.
And this is why I was talking about working on the open source projects gets you into the different companies that are working on those open source projects.
It does, but it absolutely does. But when you factor in, well, it's just getting those people in with the cert, or just knowing, like Roger said, just this much of tech. To me, that's a bad look for everybody, because I'm gonna tell you this: what they told us at Mirantis was that the reason why you have so many Eastern European engineers in the tech space, due to the U.S. embargoes back in the day after the Cold War, they didn't have anything new over there. They had all this old tech. They didn't have no new Microsoft, nothing, no new PCs. So I guess they had a national directive to reverse engineer everything. And so how they learned was they learned how to take apart stuff and put it back together, all the old stuff. That became their philosophy. Well, that's how we got here. Like, we all tinker, right? We naturally were like, I'm gonna go take some. Like, if you in tech, arguably you the type of person who goes to the city, how you find your way around? You get lost in order to find your way around a new city. You reverse engineer the process. It's something that's just naturally everybody could do, right?
The first thing that I got.
Go ahead.
The first thing I did after turning it on was turn it off and took it apart. I'm like,
exactly.
How this shit works.
Yeah, that's how you did it.
And then I panic. I'm like, oh, crap.
Right.
I have to put this thing back together.
Well, when you have a whole country, and a whole mindset that says this is how we're gonna beat them. When you put engineer to engineer,
you put them in a cell with no windows.
Exactly.
Build your own light.
Exactly. And they can come out and compete on a whole nother level. So to me, I don't want those engineers who I just know this much. Why? Because when that P1 come in, you're not there to help me. You inside. You are not answering the phone call. It's rolling on up the tree. But that's not going to help us, again, from a national security standpoint. We have a deficit. We talked about this on Clubhouse before, right? We short a couple thousand engineers from a national standpoint to be able to remediate stuff, right? So how is letting weak engineers, and it's not that may rub some people the wrong way, but to me, an engineer, the best advice I got was from my trainer, my Linux trainer. He was like, a good sysadmin knows what's going on with his system at all times. right? That's how every engineer should come in. You may not come in day one thinking that, but I need you to know that this is where you need to be at in order to have this job.
Yeah.
Otherwise, I'm doing you and everybody else who's putting all this hard work a disservice, because we need to qualify people when things hit the fan, and they will naturally hit the fan. And then there's stuff where we actually getting attacked and it's going to hit the fan. If I let somebody in the door who shouldn't be in here, what are you doing?
Mm-hmm. And the other piece of this, and this is true story. I have, still do work on DevSecOps teams where the manager is never ever deployed to the cloud.
That's that dude. That's Mr. Mr. Congenial. 15 years in a row.
Because somebody likes somebody,
Just
right?
saying,
And
Mr.
then you
Congenial.
start
15
talking,
years in a row.
me, I'm gonna start talking, tech talk with you because hey, that's what I think you're able to do. And when you start doing that, you can see the glaze go over it and be like, yeah. And somebody just being agreeing with you, excuse me, just because
Yeah.
they just don't want to continue the conversation. They be like, yeah. So what else is new? You're like, well, what about all this? I just gave you this 10-minute spiel on blah 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 blah. And you're like, yeah, so what else is new? What you mean? So
You getting earmarked.
Yep, I see that. I see that
Yeah.
often. And so
So
the other piece of that is tech leadership. Like where
Yeah.
are we going? How are we grooming people for tech leadership? What does that look like? And how can we get people to get into those positions, or at least have somebody in there to help create or bring people into those positions? So that's a lot of what I'm seeing, especially in these startups, in these interviews with these startups, and I'm looking at who created the company, who is the CTO, who is the product manager, who's the lead cloud developer or whatever, and it ain't us.
No. It's not.
And that's a problem for me.
man, I don't know where to
Speak your mind. Speak
I'm
your
trying
mind.
to think where to.
Remember, you done held up that red hat tonight. Now,
Yeah,
remember,
see the hey, may mom take that hat down
Take
for a
that
second
hat
and then
down.
speak freely.
take that hat down.
Oh man. Before I get on that, let me kind of think through that. You guys are both correct. So I remember visiting with a customer for like 3 days in a row in in a conference room with their IT staff and talking about basically just RHEL. And on day 3, I realized that a majority of the audience did not understand what I was talking about. And so these are supposed to be um, the IT staff, right? Or networking, the vSphere guys, the Linux with the Windows guys, and so it is a constant reminder to me that when I'm out there talking, from that experience, I remember like, man, I just wasted 3 days and no one knew what I was talking about. So I always walk in a room assuming that you don't know nothing, and that's where I start from. And then I allowed the audience to let me know, yo man, could you speed this up? Could you like get onto so yeah. So there's definitely truth in a lot of that. I have so many experiences where I've met with management and leaving a meeting thinking to myself, man, I should hang up my Red Hat and come work here just so I could fire everybody. Build a whole new team. I guess wait for T to come back on just on that. Oh man, that topic about. And I guess I have some questions for her, and we should go in just on the representation side. I think it's and that's why I support and like what T is doing with this. I think a big part of it besides other problems, but one of the problems is just it's a lack of awareness. I know I got into again what I like to describe as enterprise open source tech. So that's not specific to Red Hat. Just basically right, anything, any vendor, product, anybody that's making money off of open source type technology. And I started off life as a Windows admin. I mean, that's how I got introduced. I got introduced to Windows NT and NetWare. I was doing all that stuff and stumbled into open source, and like was in open source and hear people talking about it. I'm like, what the hell is this open source thing? It's like, oh, right, I'm stepping on it. This is I'm actually doing this open source thing, And so I what I find that in our community, when you talk about tech, there's a lot more awareness. Even now, even people are just coming in. If you throw out tech, they could tell you about mention AWS. They probably don't know nothing about Azure or Google Compute, but they could tell you,
Right.
they could say something about AWS because it's just a lot more awareness around that. But then when you sort of kind of deviate from that, are like, okay, well, tell me about the actual tech that AWS is built on. Like what's the foundation for that? And that's where I think it falls on. And I just think it's an awareness thing. And this is why platforms like these are important to have, folks that look like us that are out there, talking about this space and just kind of creating awareness of it, that you could get into tech and you don't have to just, be a Windows, type person. There's this whole other space, and so that's one part of the problem, and I think it's the one part that I feel like we have some control over. Again, especially now in this age when there's all these, I heard you guys mention on Clubhouse. It's like, man, y'all make me feel like, oh, like I'm not on TikTok, like I'm no longer on Facebook. Basically, the only thing I do is Instagram, and it was because to me, because the first time I ever did like a YouTube live. So I'm like, geez, y'all make me feel like a dinosaur. But it's just having more of us out here taking advantage of these platforms and just talking about what we do, how we got started, how we did it, and I think this is at least starting or setting a foundation where eventually it'll be tough for them to for there to be an excuse as to why your makeup, the founders, the product managers, and all this stuff shows nobody of color. Period. Right? Or no female. It's all male, because you can't say that. Well, I can't find anybody anymore because hopefully we've planted seeds and there's a lot more people like, yeah, I got to go check this thing out, and actually there'll be more people to pick from. I can't so I don't have to hang out my I see my red hat got blocked out, but so I could talk about even something that I'm doing at Red Hat, and Tamika, I see you join one of those sessions around just like creating awareness, because this is something that's very
Hold on, before you do,
uh-huh.
let's answer this question from Colton Evelyn. How you doing this morning, I should say. Is there rotating training for newbies who know one or two things? You mentioned some people know one thing, like 1 or 2 years to place a person knows I guess basically how to place somebody in there, right? That knows just one or two things. And it depends on I think it depends on the one or two things that you know, right? And where you're looking at. And for me, like this is why I like like someone learning the A+ and then wanting to move into DevOps. I think you're gonna have a large learning curve versus if you started off with Linux Plus or Cloud Plus and then moving to DevOps. But if you don't know nothing, right? If you don't know anything, then I can understand why you started off at the A+. But I think that also comes with guidance. But coding, Evelyn, I think you got a coding background, right? And so I'm not sure what your language of choice is, and what you're looking to get into, but um, there are some trainings, but it just depends on your path to for me.
I'm going to go back to what Rudy said. I got certifications after, basically after I joined Red Hat is when I got certs. So what Rudy described, I mean, I was that person. I came to the table with no certs and no degree, right? Just like, yo, I know this stuff. All right, you know what? Just, give me like 30 minutes. I'm exaggerating, right? But I'm gonna know this stuff. And I got certs after. I think on that question, and if you're from a coding background, you just can't go wrong if you pick up that Unix, Linux, administration book and actually go through it from cover to cover. It's so simple to get started with. You could basically, if you're running a Mac, you already have access to. You basically already have Unix, right? The Max what they call it OS again. Anyway, the operating system is built on a BSD foundation, which is basically Unix. So you should be able to go through everything that in that book on a Mac. And then if you don't have a Mac, if you have even Windows, there's Windows subsystem for Linux. So you could basically run a Ubuntu or a Fedora Linux system right there on your Windows box. So there's like really no reason why you can't just start with that book and go through. And I think that should give you a very good foundation, kind of cover everything, storage, networking, operating systems. You're gonna kind of walk away with that. So that's like the rotation thing.
Yeah.
That's the foundation.
Yeah.
It's a good
It
place to
was
start.
something that you mentioned earlier, and I've been going down this path myself. Was EPBF? I hope I'm saying the acronym correct. Did I say it right?
EBPF.
Yep. So EP. What did I say? What
Well,
you say?
the
EPF.
CNCF is strong with me, man.
Yeah.
It's almost noon. What, midnight over here?
Yeah. Whatever.
EBPF.
You heard what I said. Don't correct me. So I have something to
Mm-mm-mm.
say. But anyway, that's a popular um, project that's been picking up for a while now.
Yeah.
So again, when I present what I've been doing is presenting stuff that's really new and ground floor, and people are picking up steam, so you won't be like totally like left field if you had it on your resume and people be like, oh God, I never heard of that before. It'll be like, oh, we wanted to try that and we were
Right.
looking at implementing that in our stuff. Maybe you can help us out with it, right? So looking at it from that perspective.
One of the things I'll suggest is I know out in LA, well, LA notwithstanding, you go to meetups.com, meetups.com. There's a bunch of groups on there. That has been my go-to no matter what city I was in, to connect and network, find out really what the technology fabric is, what the underworld is for that city,
The
right?
underbelly.
Exactly, right. You go to DC, it's going to look like a certain thing. You type in tech, just look at the ones that have, the most meetings. When was the last meeting held, right? The most recent ones, and you'll get an idea for what's out there. The cool thing about that is a lot of these cities, they have volunteer groups. They even have coding groups where you can just come, almost like going to the range. Come on down here on a Tuesday night, for an hour or two. I know Austin has their own women thing for coding and other groups, but LA had a thing called it was called Hack LA, and it was a civic hacking meetup where you would go in, and this is volunteer. And when I was out there at the time, we were creating a web application that tracked all of the fruit trees across LA County. So that way, the county could recommend what areas have fruit for the homeless, right?
Mhm.
Something with a purpose, something that made sense, something where you could really leverage technology in a really cool way. But it didn't matter what you knew how to do. Do you know how to code? Just a little bit. Well, come on over. You can work on this component, right? And that's something to help you get your chops. Sometimes just, it's what Giving Tuesday. Sometimes it's good just to volunteer your time. Volunteer your time. Doesn't
You can
matter where you
always
at.
volunteer your time at Women in Linux. It is Giving Tuesday.
Always,
You know,
always.
you don't have to donate with your money. You can always donate with your time. D dropped a link for more people to go ahead and donate. Sign up for a one-on-one with counseling. And if you don't even want to do that, share this with someone else. Make sure you share this stream. We appreciate you. This has been a good recommendation for you all today, and I appreciate your time. Continue on, Mr. Rudy McComb.
Hey,
Yeah, you
thank
should
you
see
for that
the
word from our
radio,
sponsor.
yeah, no.
Hey, listen, you should have let me do that. And now a word from our sponsor. Show my age. Y'all know about when I used to be on the radio. But no, I mean, just there's so many projects where you can go ahead and just start. I will say if you are in a company and like, I want to be able to move to this department, right? I'm on help desk, or I'm in the Windows group, or I'm in the Linux group, and I want to come over here. Just sometimes say, listen, I'm here to help. Like, what is there extra work that needs to be done? Can I go ahead and do something?
Shadow.
Can I shadow, right? Shadow ops is a thing. I used to lead shadow ops. So, and it's a lot of times if you don't have it, just speak up and say, look, I want to be able to do more, right? Can I start something? Can I shadow somebody? Is there somebody here who can guide me or give me some extra things to do, because I want to go here, especially nowadays with the great resignation that's going
Uh,
on. There's a whole
4
lot of people that
million,
listen. You
4
want to work
million,
somewhere? Just saying. Hey,
4 million.
you want to volunteer your time and efforts to help us? Sure, come on. We'll let you work on something that you are not qualified to do.
He
Hey,
gave a
you
great.
seen the posts where they're like people are working two tech jobs at a time, right?
I don't know those people.
Yeah.
That's a wonderful
But
strategy, though. It's a wonderful
It's a
strategy for
wonderful
wealth.
strategy. 2 or 3 jobs at a time.
Generational wealth. Yep.
Generational wealth. Yes.
I wonder can you work for Red Hat and IBM at the same time?
there we go. So Rudy, you gave a really good example earlier about looking for a solution for the Mac stuff. Picking up Puppet, solving it for the Mac problem, and having a Linux team seeing it and like, hey, how about you come join us over here? And so that's one of the things too. So again, in the beginning when you're talking about, which is key when the person asks a question about how your degree helped you, and you talked about being an all Howard, and what I heard you were saying is that what you got from Howard is to basically learn how to not have any barriers or even push through barriers that are there, right?
Not say no for an answer.
Taking no for an answer.
Yep.
And I think that's something I didn't really fully grasp on myself until very late in my career, even though I did things without asking for permission, without asking permission first. So kind of tie it back to like just in IT and how you get from one place to the next is having having your eyes open, seeing a problem and not asking permission to go solve it, right? Come up with a way to solve it. When I was a Red Hat consultant, working at a big healthcare company, one of their employees and we basically, without asking permission, built a private cloud, and it's so funny. We're doing like how Google used to do back in the days. We got this beta by invitation. So we're just basically going to app teams. I'm like, yo, man, we got this platform where you can run your apps over here, and then eventually we got found out, and we got slapped, and then they realized, like, actually you guys are into something. I'm gonna allow you to do it. And I have so many examples of those. When I was a sysadmin at Baruch College, kind of like the same thing. I saw a problem with our aging infrastructure, and I wrote up a plan to basically take us from FreeBSD, because one of the things I said to myself, like, I think maybe we get no funding because the thing that the school, like actual business functions, things that does student records and enrollment and all that stuff, and payments, does not run on the Windows stuff, but yet still anything Windows get funding. I'm like, well, maybe, if I switch this to, and that's how I got started with Red Hat. If I switch this over to something I have to pay for, and I wrote up a proposal, was $2 million. It came up to, and got called into one of the many times we get called into the CIO office. It was like all these direct reports, and then basically their tech leads. And here I am in the office one day, and I remember the CIO was like, "You goddamn tech people! Like, every time we talk about a problem, you guys never have a solution. Like, just like, can I just get a solution?" I'm like, "That's all you need, a solution? I got this proposal here. I got like $2 million." And that's the first time I actually got, I got money, like, go do it. So my director, so I didn't get promoted or anything. I get his salary, but I basically no longer work for him. Like, I did whatever I wanted to do, and he just, he had to sign off on, I'm like, I need this done, sign off, approve. And so, so it's that's part of the learning curve, and it's being able to kind of looking at problems and trying to figure out a solution for it, and be bold and not always necessarily asking for permission. And especially now when you can go spin up something in the cloud, or you can do something on your laptop, and you sort of kind of figure something out, and then go in that room, go in that meeting, or next time there's a problem, like, we should try this, and be opinionated about it.
Mm-hmm. And last but not least, the other piece to that is, when you're doing this, journal what you're doing.
Oh, like, yes.
Journal what you're actually doing, right?
You my journal. That's the whole point of having these conversations. You call me, I call you, we call each other.
Right. Journal your time, like what you have done. That's why it's so important to, like, maybe write it down or take screenshots. I learned both ways. I learned from,
or automate it.
Yeah.
That could be a way to, but
you need to journal that, right? Yeah. So, because what ends up happening is you get that yearly review, and they say review yourself, and you can't remember what you've done, but you got a journal that's going to detail everything that you've done. Those tickets that you solved, go back and write down the tickets that you solved, or the meeting that you sat in and you contributed to solving a problem, or that conversation that you had with your manager about what it is that you would like to see, or that meetup you attended, or the meetup that you led, or a project that you did. Those are all contributing factors to who you are, not just as a tech leader, and I'm saying that for a reason, but that's also showing who you are to that team and to other companies, not just your company, but you never know who's looking at you when you're attending events or something like that. Rudy, I think you could probably speak on this more, by attending tech conferences and doing a talk, and how many people be standing there waiting for you after you do a talk You know, like
Yeah.
I be getting cotton mouth. I be like, ooh, this is a lot. Like, you know,
That's money.
yeah, and it's money. You know, it also feels good. You know, because you put a lot into that, into those getting those talks and putting the
Yeah.
effort up and standing up there, flying to the location, getting the room, getting ready for the talk, and you know all the things that go into that,
Hmm.
submitting the talk, getting picked, the whole nine.
That's advertisement you can't pay for. I
Yep.
mean, whether that's for, at the end of the day, we're all our own brands, right? You know, I represent Think Big, you know, represent Red Hat, you represent women in Linux. And
Well,
at
I want to emphasize what you said because going back to before Tamika covered up my hat in the back.
No, D covered up your head in the back.
Okay, D.
so that way you wouldn't be so burdened.
We
That
lighten the
brand
load.
that brand thing is so key, and so I just want to
Mhm.
just kind of emphasize what you're saying. Like you gotta and I don't know, for me, like it used to feel so cheesy, right? Because the I was thinking, oh man, it doesn't mean I have to be like doing stuff like this, and that's certainly one way of kind of building your brand. But it's being known for something. It's being known that hey, you know Rodrigue would have an opinion on this, or you know Rodrigue is good at automation, and he may have a way. It's like what is the thing that you're going to be known for and kind of be like the go-to person, and that brand thing it becomes the skill that you're able to market. So I don't want to hijack it, but I just thought it was just important to highlight, just the emphasis on, because I see it, especially within our community,
Mhm.
because we show up, um, and it's even worse, like at a tech company. We are usually um, in
Uh,
the
going
only
out
the only person in the room, and yeah, I see so many times that we don't know how to. I used to call it play the game, but I've gotten to the point
Mhm.
where I don't know that it's so much of a game. Then like it's just something that you should just do. Like it's not even like so much of a game, but like, and these are things I feel sometimes. Um, and I think again, Rudy, goes back to just say, like, you don't learn this in a classroom, right? You don't learn
Mhm.
the fact that how you go build your brand, how you create a recognition for yourself, and kind of understand like what that brand is going to be. And so yeah, I didn't want to. I apologize for hijacking your thought, but that was just so
Nah, you
important when you
good.
mentioned build, that brand.
No, it's all part of it, because at the end of the day, like I'll take it back to Howard. At Howard we had people setting up stores. We had people setting up stores inside of dorms. You like literally, like I knew I knew a guy who he's a veteran and really good dude. I think he's also in the tech as well. But he ran a convenience store out of his dorm room. Like he would loan out tools to the facilities department when it came time for back to school, right? He helped them do their job. But while he was in class, he was making money selling everything you go to 7-Eleven doing. Like that's the type of stuff that happens at Howard. Like it's not just the Diddies who come out of there. It's not just all of these, world famous actors like Chadwick and whatnot. But you had down
name
I'm
drop,
just, I'm just saying. I
blue,
mean,
blue,
I'm just saying.
dropping names, dropping names.
Kamala. It's just so many
Oh,
people.
and
But
Kamala, don't drop them names, drop them names.
listen,
With
listen,
a
it's a lot.
popcorn D.
Listen, lot of heavy people. But when you get down to the people who you may not know, it's that type of ingenuity that says, look, we're here. We could do and figure out whatever it is you want to figure out or think about, and having that mindset go into tech. The thing that you talked about is such a great component of this conversation, which is knowing how to play that game. You know, it's not just a political game, it's not just a wealth game, but it's a life game, you know.
Yes.
And a lot of times we go into these companies when we're just starting out, you know, with the worker bee mindset, and we don't say anything, right? Because like, look, you can keep your job, shut your mouth, you know.
Yes.
You know, just let's make sure that check clear. But we don't have that same mental freedom going in that just says, look, I'm gonna go ahead and do what it is that I need to do that aligns with my goals in life, which is not to stay at this station. On the flip side, there's some of us who we skipped that worker bee stage. Should have been a worker bee because we're a horrible queen and king. You know, like you couldn't lead air if you tried. You know, like it's just you failed because you never knew how to be a follower. But at the end of the day, that, you know, when you don't have the skin color and the mentality and stuff like that, a lot of stuff that we come in with, you are kind of free to kind of move as you want. I want that position. I'm not worried about if I qualify. I'm gonna go ahead and do that position. Why? Because I feel it should be me, not because you actually have something to bring, you know, value. It just should be me that's up there. That's, you know, but I think
it looked better on me.
It looked better off the crown just sit a certain way, you know. But I think, you know, now that we're at this stage in life and where tech has come from or where it is now, I think, you know, even for myself, I think it is free to be able to say, you know what, just go for it. Like, what do you have to lose? You know, like you can find another job, you can make more money, but are you going to be happy?
Back up and say why you can find another job.
Well, because I went ahead and read this book.
Drop one for the clues, Bob.
Listen, just said read it. Look, if y'all don't hear nothing else from this video tonight, this live, reading is fundamental, and it is better to ask for forgiveness than ask for permission.
Yes.
Just saying, and you got to go for it, but you can't just sit back and be timid. You know, take the shot, go for it.
Sit back and be tender.
And timid. I said timid. You know what? It's too late for you in these jokes.
And you know what? If you didn't get the forgiveness, you know, for where you at, it just means that ain't the place for you. And again, you now have that marketable skill, that thing you go talk about, you could put on a resume. That's the thing that killed me. I see it so often, man. Like, again, in my role, being able to interact with so many companies and see folks in IT, and they basically, you know, I started here, you know, when it was Solaris, and they never moved beyond that. I'm like, you are like, and then, you know, the fact that now, you know, I'm in a pre-sales role, right? So I'm trying to sell something, and what kills me the most is like when there's pushback on what I'm trying to sell, just because you don't want to change or you don't want to learn something new. And I'm like, you're not even. It bothers me that you're not thinking about. And I figured about what I'm trying to do with this company. Like, are you thinking about yourself? What happens when, you know, I think you dropped Tamika when I mentioned it, you know, where so sometimes I meet with some of my customers, and after leaving, I think to myself, that I want to quit, hang up my hat and come work here so I could fire everybody. You know, I'm like, you know, what if, you know, there's somebody like me rolling like, yeah, you need to go. You know, it's like, think about making yourself marketable. And it goes like you're saying, like being like a worker bee. Listen, the company, you know, it's a business, and at the end of the day, you know, they're thinking about that bottom line, and you're you know, you could get cut anytime. So you know, if you're not building your brand, you're not thinking about what I want to do to make myself marketable, so that I could be like, screw this shit, I'm out of here, right. And you know that you could go land something else. You know, like that. You need to have that mindset, and that's what separates you. I like to beat up on help desk, but that's what gets you past help desk.
Yeah. Yep. And I mean, let me add this real quick.
What's going on with the everybody is switching and stuff? What's going
Hey,
on?
No,
listen,
it's my automation. My
this is
automation
automation.
kicks in and
That's that
turn off
answer.
Oh,
my lights around this time. Let me
No, what I was gonna say though is like so being West Indian, anytime I'm down in the Caribbean,
word. Hold on. Which island you representing?
Grenada and St. Kitts, sir.
Okay, all right. So you want to see a real fight? Those small islands aren't.
Oh gosh, it's too early for this. Ooh, man. No, I'm gonna let you have it today.
clue,
I'm gonna
clue,
let you
clue, clue,
listen.
clue.
That hat ain't up on it. I can say whatever I want.
East Coast, West
Listen.
Coast.
If it's not, basically, Jamaica,
Lord,
even, I'm gonna throw Haiti in there, the
Lord.
DR, Puerto Rico, and Trinidad and Tobago. I mean, that's pretty much it. The rest of the Caribbean is like, yeah, you know,
He said the rest of.
It's the flyover. Hey, the rest of the Caribbean is the flyover
He
for
just
that
said
part of
y'all
the
are.
world.
He said y'all are peasants.
Basically. He ain't gonna recognize the Spice Island. You ain't gonna say nothing. You gonna just throw a grenade under there. Okay. Yeah, all that jerk season, we're gonna shut all that down. Then what? Your number one
Oh,
export is not seasoning. But what I was gonna say is that I would love to see our community, our tech community, be like a lot of those industries that you see on the islands, right? You see a lot of like fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh generation, whether it's a fisherman, carpenter, whatever. You see the same thing. You go over to Europe, especially like those places that are known for craftsmanship. Like, I used to work for Royal Caribbean. They build ships over in Papenburg, Germany. The people who build components of those ships, right? Those are 7th, 8th generation welders. Those are glass makers or metallurgy, blacksmith. They keep passing those trades down. It's the same thing. You go down to the Caribbean, right? I want to see that for us as it pertains to tech, right? We should be able to have that same mindset, because when you go down there, like everybody got their own business. It's them, it's Brown and family or Brown and Sons or whoever, and they do X, Y, and Z. It needs to be like that with us, right? So that way, to your point, it's not abnormal when someone who doesn't look like us or when someone who does, because you got them too, and they see one of us walk in like, oh, something as well. We're not gonna hire you because we're not used to seeing someone who looks like you speaking this type of lingo. We're not sure if you can actually do the work, as opposed to if you look like somebody else. So it needs to be normalized.
I'll step it up to Rudy, just to kind of hit on the fact that if I understand correctly, right, like you Think Big is your company.
Yes.
So I would say that in this this point in time, like where we are now, let me kind of tie it this way. So my son is like I said, he's in the Navy. I have a 19-year-old son. He's like a year and a half in the Navy. He's doing IT, and what I want for him is that when he gets out, and if he's still interested in doing IT stuff, and of course, he can come here and work it right at. But I actually want him to go start his own thing. Right? Yeah. There's like there's again, so Tamika does the what you call it again, tech stocks on top. You just kind of tech your job. There's so much room in the market, right? For that you could go in and even within tech, even in a space that's fully populated, you could go in and create. So what we're talking about, you're saying, you got customers hitting you up because nobody want to manage Kubernetes, right? You could still find a niche, right? You create an easy button for that, and then you could build a business. You could build a business off of that, right? Yeah. And then you could hire one and two people. So So yeah, I am all about that. I'm all about just like the legacy, and not necessarily. I don't think we have to so much depend on um, you know, hope they give us a job. How about we go out and go create our own thing,
Hmm.
and sort of getting, get into that mindset as well. And that's the thing, when Tamika touched on it earlier, this thing I love about open source. Open source for me means that um, that kid in Grenada, and by the way, Jamaica have their own spices, but let's say Jamaica didn't have, you know, that's taking care of that nutmeg tree, getting that nutmeg, grinding it up, shipping it out to Jamaica so we can make our tasty, jerk chicken and jerk pork, if you're into that type of stuff, and have that person, sitting there out in the bush, maybe under a nutmeg tree, and like, man, if only there's a way, I could apply, tech, to this thing, and being able to, you know, have a Google search, land him on a GitHub project that, found that project that you talked about in, that in LA, that were able to keep track of fruit trees, and like, you know
Hmm.
what, I'm going to make use of this, and I'm going to turn this family business, I'm going to use it to scale my family business, where I'm not just supplying Jamaica with nutmeg, but I'm going to supply the world. And
Hmm.
it just goes from that idea, right? And then having the need to create something, being able to, like, okay, this thing was built on this thing called Python. What is that? Let me go look that up, learn it, and you get started. Like, to me,
Yep.
that's the beauty of open source. It means, that person basically anywhere in places that I don't like the term third world countries, but when people like to talk about third world countries, when you guys are talking about the Eastern Europeans, this is how I see places that are referred to as third world. You think about,
Hmm.
countries within Africa. It's like I think, because of open source, those places are going to be the next, Eastern
Technically.
European of the
Absolutely.
world, because
Absolutely.
you got access, you know even just on your phone, you get access to the internet, you get source code, and for you could start from there. Next thing you know, you got a
Hmm.
company employing people, and you're doing stuff. So yeah.
Yeah,
Yep.
but
Well said.
to piggyback off of that too, and I talked about this on my meetup too. Um, w- when you think about India, all I think about is big data, right? When I think about Israel, I think about security. When I think about China, I think about AI, right? They all have and invested heavily into what it is when you hear that name. They branded themselves. When I go look at anything now, ironically, anything Kubernetes and OpenShift, I see a lot of Indians, especially that come up on my channel. What was it Eureka, Edurica, something like that? Like, that's what I'm seeing when I look at when I'm looking at stuff like Black Enterprise. All I see is, here's our latest tech founder. They're into cannabis, or they're into uh they made a shoe company, or
Right.
this one made a new clipper for cutting your hair, or this, that, and other. And it's nothing wrong with that, but it's not what we are familiar with when it comes to tech. Not to say there's anything wrong with them, but I'm just simply saying is, these are that's the other side of tech, and here's the other side of tech. And then on this side of tech, the very deep down technical stuff, I'm just not I'm just not seeing it. And yeah, we can get into blockchain, Kevin, and NFTs and Chainlink and Polkadot and building smart contracts. We just had the people on from
But
Export Technology talking about that.
you know, Tamika, though, I think part of the reason for that too is just that, I mean, funding plays a big part, right? So you may have
Agree.
that black person that have that idea, but then number one, to attract funding, because again, because you're a different shade, you're not gonna get the attention I'm not gonna say that, but it's just not as easy, right? You got to first kind of have to prove yourself out first, just so you can go, make the case of why you need funding. I don't know, for me personally, there's an idea, there's a part of me like, I want to have control. Like I don't want to be beholden to somebody because they're providing funding. And I'm like, sometimes I'm like, man, why didn't I have like a rich a rich uncle, man? Like something. I want to be, to kind of. And so to me, I think that's part of it. It's just the funding. One of the things I like to just remind people of, and because people don't say it to you, but they like to point out, Bezos and Zuckerberg and Bill Gates, for example, at least within my circle, and make it seem as if like these people start from nothing. Like when you be able to build these companies, like that ain't true, man. I'm just they had funding, you know,
Had a support system.
yeah, they had a support system. They were able to kind of run this baby and kind of build it into what it is, for a long time, because there was somebody there paying the bills, making sure they're getting food and stuff like that. So that's a big part of it, and I think that also contributes to why you just don't see a lot more of us, doing things in the type of tech space that we live in, because we just don't have the same access to funding. Not coming from parents that's able to give us a stipend, so we could just kind of like, I'm just gonna go tinker and figure something out until something works. Try, fail, try, fail, trial, fail. You kind of just like, I got one shot at doing this, and if it doesn't work, I got to go get myself a job.
Right. No, I mean, now I will. I mean, since we're on this topic, I will say, shout out to those founders and CEOs who do get funding. One of the ones that sticks out of my mind is Mental Happy. This lady, I think her name is Tamar Blue. She's a founder of Mental Happy. It's a mental health counseling therapy type of app, right? And I've seen a couple other mental health apps pop up over the course of COVID. But this one stood out to me because I believe she did get a significant amount of funding. But I think there needs to be more conversations around how do you get funding. And also, that's something that we need to be teaching ourselves, right? That's something that we need to be able to fund ourselves, right? I'm all for taking everybody's money, but I would like the black dollar to circle within our own community. I want us to be able to fund us, like let's have black hair is wonderful, and it's $1 billion industry, but is there more that we can do than just, as you said, Tamika, hair and clippers? I think we have a lot more to offer the world and ourselves than just hair and clippers, and sports. There's a whole other market. Somebody mentioned blockchain. I want to hear about black people using blockchain rather than trying to talk about the blockchain. If I see another clubhouse room talking about blockchain, like, listen, half the people talking about blockchain ain't never seen no blockchain, ain't never used no blockchain. They'd be talking about it. It's like, what was it before we started doing founders and whatnot and CEOs inside of the black community for tech companies? We was the marketers in all the tech companies. I'm in tech. What you do? I work in the marketing department for Google. It's like, oh gosh, but now at least we progressing further, So I think we can do more, but we got to get there. We got to start putting those ducats together and start creating our funding group. So where's that Women in Linux VC group, Tamika?
So the Women in Linux VC group, actually, I was looking at that this morning, right? I was
Okay.
looking at, should I go get my series 65,
Mm-hmm.
and because if I go get my series 65, I can then, as a as a group, we can then say appoint somebody as a manager outside of Women in Linux, and they
Right.
can get paid to manage the fund. If not, I don't have to have a series 65 in order to build the fund. We just have to put some legalities in place in order to do that.
Okay.
But then it becomes in like, okay, we need to vet people,
Mm-hmm.
we need to vet the companies, and then build that out itself. Actually, I'm going to have lunch with somebody tomorrow in the morning. Actually, no, Thursday.
Oh,
That actually is actually my old manager, the old owner of the company. She sold, and since she sold, of course, she's trying to maintain her wealth, and so she's actually doing VC funding with a group of people here in Florida. Now, that particular group, called the Whale Group,
mm-hmm.
you have to have a minimum net worth of 10 million in order to be in that group. And so, um, getting the
I got some work to do.
yeah,
I won't
getting
be
the
on live if I got a minimum 10 worth of 10 million. I will not be, just letting you know, I will not be here on this live at 12:32 Central Standard Time in the year 2021, the year of our Lord. I
yeah,
won't be here.
yeah. So
I'll be in the Caribbean. I'll be at your island.
getting the idea of how to structure the company or structure the fund, and I'm also part of another group as well too, where we talk about how to structure your fund and so forth. So it's actually a couple of funds I'm working on. So, how do we vet the companies? How do we structure and bring people in? And I actually talked to Kiana about this as well too. We talked about this, about going after like some malls as well too, because there's some malls for sale, and I would just love to have that real estate inside the portfolio, so that if we wanted to build condos or build whatever we want to build, or hold on to their property and clean it up and let it double, or rent the space out, or what have you, or
Mhm.
build a tech ecosystem around that, right? You know, that's what I'm looking at. So I've actually been looking into it very hard, as to how can we structure that. How can we make sure that no one gets robbed? We don't want to be the people that somebody like y'all. They went. I know we couldn't fool with them. We know how they do. You can't never trust them. I don't want that. But also, we want to fund ideas as well too,
Yeah.
right? We want to fund ideas in help bring them to light. And maybe we don't start from scratch. Maybe we get in with someone else. But I would like to see, in this group, especially out of Women in Linux, all the people that are technical being able to work on somebody's project and bring it to life. Like, hey, we need an open shift cluster, or hey, we need somebody that understands serverless, or we need someone. Actually, a young lady reached out to me. She's actually moving down here. She was actually a client of mine, ironically, and she's moving down here to Florida, and she's looking to build a data center here in Florida. She has one in Atlanta, and they're expanding into Florida. So she wants to build out a data center, and she was like, "I need help with picking out where to put this at, where what she does, because she's grown as a company, right?" So when I look at that, I look at like, okay, well, what kind of people would she need to help her expand her idea of what a data center looks like? You know, right now you're basically leveraging somebody else's cloud, but now you want to build your own. So where do you get servers from? Where do you get cooling from? What does that look like? How do you what are you leveraging to build out your cloud in terms of that and maintaining that, right? And
Mm-hmm.
who do you have that looks like you that can help you do that, right?
Yeah.
So those are things that I like to get involved with and try to bring into light, but also along the way over here, this arm of people are still very technical and could pivot to come help maybe 10 or 15 hours a week. Still use that on your resume and build, and then maybe if this part over here is successful enough, can hire you on full time to take it to the next level,
Right.
maybe IPO or get bought or acquire hire or what have you. So
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
that's what I've been looking at for women in Linux. That's why that's one of my goals. And the other goal is and has always been is to put us in the roles of a CTO. What does that look
Yeah.
like?
Yeah.
Where are we at with that? Like being in the room to even have the conversation, directors of engineering or what have you. Like I think there's one young lady over at Twitter that's a director of engineering. I forget her name. She was
She the one who
at
was that KubeCon.
yep.
Yeah, she was actually on I got her name.
I've been
She was
meaning to reach
on
out to her.
Yeah, she was on the Kubernetes podcast, I think about 2 weeks
Oh
ago.
yeah,
It was a really good podcast. But yeah, she was on there. Jasmine James.
yep,
Yeah, that's her name.
yep. And
Yep.
then the other person that I've been looking at, I want to get Keisha on as well too from AWS. Well, I don't think she at AWS. I think she's at a Cloud Guru, but she does the machine learning
Yep.
for
Yeah, I know what you're talking
AWS.
about.
Yep.
Is she out of Austin or is she out your way?
I don't know where she's at. I
Okay.
have no idea.
Because I know Cloud Guru is out here.
Yeah, I'm not sure where she's at. And then
Uh-huh.
there's several other women that I want to get on, but I Nashley, she's over at Amazon. She was with Part Pick out of Atlanta.
Yeah.
Um,
That's
we got
that's that that's another HU founded company. Just want to shout out Parfait. Shout out Jewel Burke. HU,
you
you
shout
know.
out Jewel Burke. I'm gonna shout out Nashley, Georgia Tech.
Go
Um,
ahead. That's about time some other school got mentioned. Go ahead. Who else you got at Georgia Tech?
well, we can go ahead and shout out to the producer extraordinaire in the background.
Absolutely.
That extraordinaire from Clark stumbling
Just saying.
through. Come
Absolutely.
on through,
Absolutely.
Clark. I see you. I see you. Right? I
Uh-huh.
see you. Yeah. So look at these. C-A-U. C-A-U. Right? So yeah, so Michael Jenkins himself is out of oh no, you went to Iowa, but what? But no, you from Atlanta. That's what it is. Me and you both from Atlanta. That's all right.
I'm gonna
We'll take
find a way
that.
to get. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna call it now. I'm gonna try to get Kelsey an honorary degree at Howard. He deserve an HU. We just need to
You
be
so
able to.
cheesy.
Hey man, you want a degree from Howard?
Well, now we can make that happen. Now we can make that happen. Now
Yeah.
we look. As my friend like to say, and D know exactly who I'm talking about. He comes from good stock.
Oh, yeah.
We could make that happen, right?
Listen, he needed. I just feel like that since we up here, selecting folk, I'm choosing Kelsey.
You choosing you wouldn't choose yourself?
I got the degree from Howard.
Yeah, but honorary like to have a plaque on the wall. Are you plaqued up at
I
Howard?
want listen. After
It's think
Chadwick,
big.
I'm gonna get a. I need to get a.
Big incubator plaqued up at
We
Howard.
not the incubator's coming.
See, brother, we gotta first work and pump ourselves. We just talk
you.
about brand recognition.
We'll get the incubator up there. I got you. We'll work on the incubator. We'll work on the incubator.
give you that. What's going on, Mike? How you doing? Thank you for dropping in. You said you fell asleep and we back. Hey man, we still here. We
still
had
here.
fun.
Yeah.
You know, nobody fell off. Nobody fell asleep on the live, and we had to drop them down.
The interesting thing is, this is my second time on Tamika's live, and both times I never planned. I was my wife sent me something to watch on YouTube like earlier today, and when I pull it up, show that Tamika is live. I'm like, all right, let me go take a shower and put on a non-red hat shirt, and let me come jump in here. And yeah, you bait me into this, basically jumping on, and this is how. You didn't bait me in the last time, but it's the same thing. Your live was already going, and I jump on. You're like, come on in and talk. And yeah, I was on for hours, and here I am now. I'm like, yo, it's like way past my bedtime. I'm an old man now.
That's how we got lies of sysadmins tell we got to do that one.
Lies, fairy tale, what we call it? Lies and fairy tales of sysadmins.
Hey, I like that.
Yeah, we have some stories of erasing data to hey, I got drug stories, so
yeah, those are good. Oh boy, those are good. I will say I'm surprised you're not out at reInvent. I will say that.
Why I'm not at one, I'm working. Two,
so was everyone else at reInvent.
So I need to go back and catch up on. I need to go back and catch up on all the reInvent stuff. I wanted to. I'm not gonna be prepared for Saturday for a reInvent show. Probably Sunday. I do want to go over some videos and things for reInvent and what happened, what's popping, what we should be on the lookout for. I'm surprised you're not at reInvent, but since we're on the subject, I had brought this up in my head. Okay, this is game time. Pick one. We're going with it here. Number one cloud provider. Who you going with? AWS, Azure, GCP, Oracle
Azure.
Cloud.
Roger said Azure.
Yeah, I am. Yeah, I'm going with Azure. Man, it's a preference thing. It's nothing against AWS. Shit, no, I can't define why. I just like Azure. Yeah. I can't tell you because I'm thinking through it. I can't give you like one or two things why, why not say AWS or Google Compute. I just really like Azure.
So I was going to select Azure since you selected it. Now I did see a comment someone said it goes offline. Depends on what you use it for. Depends on what services you use inside of Azure. and I will also bolster the Azure argument with if you look at all if you look at all of the services that are supported by Azure, they don't go offline as often as it seems. And I've heard that argument before. GitHub is ran on Azure, LinkedIn is ran on Azure, Xbox Live is ran on Azure. A good chunk of the federal government is ran on Azure. There's things out there that run on Azure that people interact with on a regular basis that they don't even know. It's so seamless. AWS, I'll take the AWS side. Why? It's the OG, it's the it's the granddaddy, but AWS has embraced begrudgingly open source. And the parts of open source that it has embraced have actually made working with AWS a lot easier. I will say EKS is by far the best platform to run Kubernetes in the cloud. Next to probably say Google, GKE. But because they're using, they pretty much adopted EKS WeWorks, their whole binary set, and then they started doing things like manage Prometheus. Um, it just makes it a more compelling argument to consume other services. Like, well, since you're using EKS doesn't quote unquote cost as much. Why don't you use some spot instances, right, to make it dirt cheap? Why don't you utilize, RDS, or why don't you utilize all these other services? And then before you know, you have a massive AWS bill. But it's easy to get going with Kubernetes and other cloud services in AWS.
Hey,
That'll be my argument for that.
I'm going
hey,
to
Rudy, I
say,
want to ask you, just kind of back to the open source thing. So
Mhm.
I guess for you, like, what does that really mean to you? Because as you were saying it, I'm like, well, there's not like a project available to EKS. Like I can't run EKS like on my own or outside of AWS. So like, where does the open source fit in? And then I'm trying to think of a project out there that they are like strong contributors to.
Sure.
I guess so other than being like really good consumers of open source, because AWS, Amazon, AWS is built right on cloud tech. Like
Right.
Facebook exists because of not cloud, I mean open source tech, right? Like all these things
Mhm.
are built on that. But I was sort of when Apple always reinvented itself, because I
Mhm.
mentioned earlier before, the foundation of that is BSD. And I've all and I guess that's the beauty of open source, right? Because depending on the license associated with that project, it doesn't
Mhm.
mean that you have to contribute shit back to the community.
Right.
But for I guess this is where my Red Hat shade comes in, right? Like when I hear open source, and especially in terms of you know um, vendors that with deep billion-dollar pockets, like well, how are they helping that community, that open source community that enable them to build multi-billion-dollar business? Like what projects are they contributing to? They're big sponsors of. They have
Mhm.
paid engineers who are able to work on the charter or whatever that project is versus they're working on whatever so I was just
Right.
kind of curious to hear your thought on that, because you mentioned open source. I was trying to think, right?
Yeah. So what I'll say to that is, we'll start off with Kubernetes. So Amazon does contribute to Kubernetes, right? They are, I think, like number 30 out of however many hundreds of companies that do commit. Um, And if you've been to any KubeCon, Amazon really does have a presence. It's Red Hat, it's Microsoft, Google, VMware. Those companies have a presence. But what I have noticed is Amazon is actually doing a lot of contributions to other foundational pieces of, well, what I would call the Kubernetes lifecycle, right? They do commits for Prometheus. They're doing commits for CNIs, right? They actually came up with their own AWS CNI for Kubernetes. And you can use it in any type of cluster you want to. You can use it in EKS cluster, GKE, like use wherever you want to use it for Kubernetes. But they have strategically started committed to those ancillary projects, on top of different uh add-ons, if you will, that they're saying, hell, we added this to MySQL or to Postgres, right? To me, it is open source. Are they giving back to the community? It depends on the project, right? If I'm if I am using Kubernetes and I say I want a CNI, I actually leveraged their CNI but I was able to make a pivot from using Lyft CNI, and that's who they were using initially before they came up with their own. So they started using Lyft's own CNI for network and whatnot within Kubernetes, and then they basically forked that to come up with their own version. So it's a trade off, but I will say, out of any cloud provider, you probably have more open source projects inside of AWS that are being used by customers, right? And so their engineers are aware of them. You have to have familiarity. You can't say, "Oh, I have no idea what Grafana is. I have no idea what Istio is," right? We don't like they have knowledge in there and they are added to it. I'm not an Amazon apologist, but from that end, there's a lot of commits and things that they're doing, even if they just keep it internally.
I'm the underdog. I'm going with GCP. Easy to learn.
Yeah,
Okay, okay.
yeah, it is. It is easy.
Easy to learn. I
It
can
is.
I can get someone in GCP and have them create a project and be on their way with resources and be on and be running, right? And
Yeah.
and maybe you graduate from GCP into I think Azure is hard to learn.
Mm.
It depends on where you're coming from. I'm not going to disagree with you. I think Azure, coming from AWS, oh, it's like night and day. It's like learning assembly,
Well,
and then
first
you'll
off,
go
what
do go.
like now you gotta like okay, I have to create a resource group.
No subscriptions.
Okay, I gotta create a subscription, and then I gotta create a resource group, and then in my resource group, then I'm gonna build my networks and whatever else that I want to put in it. Right? That's all.
But I will say this, it it works. Like,
It works, but it doesn't make sense.
it doesn't make sense if you're coming from someplace else. If you're just coming from, or if you just live in Azure land, like the more I do Azure, Azure is easy, right? And that's because I'm starting to write using Terraform or Bicep. Um, Azure's documentation is not like GCP. Azure's documentation is like a
Convoluted.
timeshare. It is. They give you free
It's
tickets to your
convoluted.
favorite amusement park. They give you this great deal up front, and halfway through it, none of it works. It's like, this worked like 5 paragraphs earlier, 2 pages ago. This worked. Where am I? And
Mm,
it, the service works. It's just the documentation's out.
yeah.
But
Terraform had that problem. Hashi had that problem with Terraform. It
well,
was hard.
there's a lot of HCL over in Azure land. So there's a lot of, but I think I will say this. I think there you if you look at Azure's GitHub repos versus the actual Azure documentation, that stuff is actually solid. And it's almost like you have two different mindsets on applications and documentation. Like, they had this thing called Bicep, which is their version of like a Terraform. Bicep supports everything in Azure. It supports the Terraform, like even the beta stuff, the alpha stuff. Bicep supports all of that. And I think it's ARM and Bicep is there. I don't know why they called it that, but Bicep, if you wanted to write something, you were using Terraform. Terraform will not support certain things inside of Azure, but Bicep does.
Right. Right.
So once you start getting into that, it makes sense, and it's
No
easier.
resources is what you need to use at that
No comment. No comment.
point.
Yeah.
But I agree, that's just me. Like somebody that's new and never been in tech before. Okay, you need a configuration management tool, Ansible. You want to learn the cloud, GCP. Get your spawn up real quickly. Get you some baseline Linux and learn that quick. Put it all together. I personally think you have a difference. I think GitLab is easier to learn than what GitHub is. I
I'm not gonna
understand
argue
where
with
you
you on
come
that.
from. Yeah, I
Yeah.
understand where you
Yeah.
come from. Because you're saying we could just use VS Code and everything is wrapped up in there. And I'm just saying I'm not using VS Code. I'm just using Vim commit to GitLab. Hey,
Boy.
see, there you go. There you go.
How many plugins you got with Vim? What you?
I don't need them. What I need them for?
I know you don't. I'm just listen.
I got
For those
pre-commit.
So
those who are just starting out,
I got
don't get up
pre-commit.
here and start writing on Vim and think you about to be like Tamika. There's a
I
lot
got
of bumping the
pre-commit.
heads.
Yeah,
That's all right. I got backup. I know I got backup in the chat for Vim. I already know I
I
got
love Vim.
backup.
Vim is great. I ain't got no problems with Vim.
yeah, but I have to say, I'm all of. I use both actually. It's just it's
VS Code and Vim or
no, yeah, VS Code and Vim. So if I'm actually the focus is on writing code, I've since gravitated to VS Code because it just I don't know, man. It just makes that doing that easier, and then have to mess with the whole plugin game with Vim. But basically, if I'm
what we using plugins for?
yeah, but
What are we? Tell me what you're using plugins for.
what I'm using. So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
That's why I don't like the Vim plugin experience. I actually don't use any plugins, and
I
so
don't
so
use
for
any
me,
plugins in Vim, but I'm just trying to figure out what are you using plugins for other than to connect to Jira so you can open up a ticket in
no, I mean
Jira or
if you write in, so it's been a while, right? The only sort of code that I write at length now is basically a lot of shell and a lot of Ansible. But even back when I was doing a lot of Python, I just find having a good IDE, something that could help me with my syntax, right? Remind me that I didn't close out a if statement, or I didn't have the right um, indent, like just things like those.
set your spaces.
I'm trying to remember what the hell
Yeah.
a function does, and be able to hover over it and kind of get reminder what the description is and what arguments it supports and stuff like that. Yeah, like so when I'm like
Okay, I can
today,
see
I'm
that
sitting down
part, but
to
then I just go read the documentation.
No, but so that's the difference though. I will the documentation is helpful. I don't have time to read the documentation at this time. I got time to write it, and we'll read the documentation at
We
another time.
understand you are the lazy admin.
No, I'm not. No, I'm the efficient admin.
there we
Listen,
go. To be a lazy
it's
admin is an efficient
it's
admin.
an efficient. Listen,
Yes.
listen. When via and I don't use plugins for Vim either. If I'm writing just a random file, sure, I'm a fire Vim. If I got to deploy, if I got to write a whole deployment for Kubernetes, and I got to go debug somebody's config map, which is in a completely different language, then I have to go ahead and do the PR, then do all the tests, pre-hook commits, all of that stuff. I'm not doing that in Vim. You know why? Because I'm going to go out to dinner tonight. That's what I'm going to do.
I'm going out to dinner too.
Listen, I ain't got time to be.
I'm already at dinner. Why you still sitting up there?
No. Let me
I'm
tell you why.
already at dinner.
I'm gonna tell you. Listen, the plugins I got for mine. I got Azure Account plugin, AKS plugin, GitHub Copilot, which is freaking awesome. Golang, HTML, Jupyter, Kubernetes, PHP, Pylance, Python, Ruby, VS Code, YAML.
Sounds like all handicaps.
It's actually listen. It's not handicapped because the first time
you too
I
old
went
school,
ahead.
man.
She too. Listen, no, she the one do PowerShell.
Yeah.
Hey, she the one do PowerShell and commit.
I'm the one I can go look at the code and tell you what's wrong with it. I don't need something else to tell me what's wrong with it.
Listen, unfortunately, they make extensions that as I write, they give me the definition. Because honestly, before VS Code, when Adam first came out, it was me and Adam and Dash. Because I'm on a Mac, and I don't know if you're familiar with Dash, but Dash is a really cool tool where you could go ahead and get the documentation right there without having to fire up browser stuff. I'm on a flight, I can get my docs for Python, for Go, whatever it is I'm working on. But VS Code, a lot of these plugins, especially Microsoft ones, are employing AI. Even even the
What if
Azure
you not, what if you're
CLI.
not connected to the internet?
Listen, I guess you're gonna be slow going unless you'll memorize the updated documentation. Because when I do AZ login, since we on this Azure conversation, if I do AZ login and I
It's
run a
got to spin up a
command,
browser, yeah.
well, after that, once you get authenticated in, whatever commands you're running or whatever you have inside your file, it runs AI on top of it, and it will tell you, hey, this is deprecated. Where in the docs is that? I can't even find the docs. The AI knows it's deprecated before the documentation gets updated. That's where I need to be. I ain't got time to be reading outdated docs for some other lazy admin to update his documentation. I'll be ultra lazy and rely on these daggone plugins.
But
And I see him at the meetup.
So again, Tamika, so here's the
Not
interesting
so.
thing. So in VS Code, right, the same document that I may be editing, I'll have the CLI, open at the bottom plane within VS Code, because there's just
I
certain
can see that.
things. There's just certain things like if I want to do a search and replace, for use that as an example. I don't know. I like the way how it's done, how I could do it in Vim. So I'll be in the document in VS Code, but there's like certain things I want to do, and I'll just drop down to the terminal, open it up.
And they got the Vim plugin too. They got the Vim plugin for VS Code.
I don't like the Vim. It's just I don't know. I don't like it just doesn't feel the same. So I just jump down to
escape colon.
Yeah,
escape
yeah,
colon
and
percent.
yeah, and I'm bam,
Search, replace.
it does what
Boom.
and then
There
I
you
go
go.
back in the
That's right,
documents.
Michael Dick. Show 'em.
Yeah.
That's it. Like, yeah. What are you talking about?
Listen.
What are you talking about? Oh, you got a question from Mike. Is how do you feel about GitHub Copilot? Does it really write your code like magic?
It's uncanny how well it works. Is it gonna replace Kubernetes people? No, it ain't doing that. But GitHub, the level of integration between VS Code and GitHub is smart, and it needs to happen. And it does save you time. And the more you start leaning into GitHub workspaces, which is a whole nother level, right? We're talking about automation. Roger from before, you can drop something like Dapper to do your entire Kubernetes development locally and then push. You don't need to have your VirtualBox or VMware Fusion, whatever you're going to do for your local environment. You don't even need to go to a cloud provider, but you get all the benefits of Copilot, GitHub Workspaces, which is the virtualization side of things, right? And then you get VS Code and all of this intelligence to go ahead and deploy. Focus on writing, focus on getting your code, your application, and deploy and get those PRs in. That workflow is a lot faster than doing Vim. And I'm not against Vim, but that work it's compelling enough where if you didn't have GitHub Workspaces and you didn't have VS Code online, like I'll take my iPad now. And now I'm doing
at GitLab every day, so it's
yeah. Unfortunately, they don't. Yeah, but it's slick and it saves time. So,
but I want to start using GitLab to the point where I don't need Jira or Confluence.
Yeah, I'm with you on that one. Those two can go.
Right. I just want to use, and that's my thing with GitLab. I just want to be in one thing. Here you go, boom, and I don't need everything else. Right.
See, now you're talking the efficiency language.
Well, that's what I'm saying. That's not lazy. That's just me having the one product to manage, right? Especially if I'm on-prem. I don't want to have to manage the database of Jira, which is a JVM, and a database of Confluence, and then the database of whatever other application behind that. I don't want to have to manage that. I already know what that's like. I don't need to do that no more.
So why don't you just deploy, something with the terminal and Vim? You can do it yourself. You don't need no help.
And that's because it ain't my call. It ain't my project. If it was me, if it was me, my entire team would use GitLab, and we would never ever touch Jira or anything else.
Yeah. And listen, That's one of the best things I like about VS Code and GitHub integration. Put the ticket right in there, and it pulls it in the PR and it pops up.
That sounds sexy.
It is literally you put the ticket number in the commit, and it shows up inside of a ticket. Time saved. I don't even have to go to GitHub anymore. It's integrated in the VS Code.
That's
PR, right?
Well,
Not even a plugin. It's integrated right there.
Well, it's the same thing with Jira and GitLab. As long as the feature branch that you have, you label it, the plugin that's in Jira will pull that feature, and whatever commits that you have, it will show up inside of GitLab and gets written to the ticket. And we have integration with Atlantis. So then Atlantis does the Atlantis plan and Atlantis apply, which is kind of convoluted to me.
Listen, we need to have a talk about Atlantis because we got off that ship a year and a half ago. Thank God. Actually, no, we got off that ship the end of 2019. So, yeah, good luck to you on that.
Yeah, so, I'm not a fan. Go ahead, Roger.
I'm gonna call it a night, but I think Rudy gave me a nice sort of exit here. So all that awesomeness he just described, about VS Code and GitHub.
I know where this is going.
OpenShift.
I know it's going.
That's what OpenShift brings to the table, man.
I know it.
You love that type.
Hey, listen, man. Wait. Right? Hey, but I have a question for you. But for the plugins I don't install, is it gonna be cheaper?
No.
It's the same price no matter what you use or don't use.
No, you could buy it at a price where you can't. I posted that URL earlier. Where you won't get access. You can't. You'll have access. It's not locked away, but you're not entitled to use certain features and functionality. And you could get OpenShift at a very competitive price. But nah, there's no such option. So yeah, man. And that's for the audience. Just think back to how he just described just the sweetness. How the tight coupling between GitHub and VS Code and how it allows them to be efficient. That's what OpenShift is doing. So.
That's a good exit, man. That's great. Hey, listen, I'm gonna let them know to go ahead and cash out your bonus tomorrow morning. Christmas is coming early to your house.
Yeah. Hey, Rudy, I have to go ahead, connect with you, man. You're absolutely you good people. Pleasure meeting you, and Tamika. I appreciate you. What you do with Women in Linux, man. Like you. Man, your energy is definitely unmatched. I'm trying to do basically what I do every day for work for my customers, and trying to do this back in the community. I love to do that on your platform, but I don't know. I don't be having energy. Like when I'm done with just the work related stuff, I'm done. I can't. And then I see you on, I'm like, yo, like Tamika's like never miss a beat, she's doing it live. And then on this call, I'm learning that you even on other platforms, you're on Clubhouse, like, I don't know how you do it, but I want to be like you when I grow up.
Hey, man.
Yeah, me too.
You just float. I know Rudy ain't talking because Rudy be in Clubhouse.
Listen,
all the different calls. Hey, I be like, is this Rudy? Let me see what he's listening to.
Listen, Tamika saved me from these Clubhouse streets. It be some lonely nights, some nights, if I'm trying to make my way home. And Clubhouse streets
Clubhouse and listening. I'm like, listen to this foolishness. Get out of here. Go to bed.
Sometimes I just fall asleep with the foolishness, the tomfoolery all night long. It's better to talk radio.
Oh God, he be in there on I don't want to say his name, but it ain't me. I'd be like, Rudy, why you in here
Because
tinkering with
you
this
know why?
stuff?
Because all this automation, all this peace that I have from running Rancher, all the simplicity that I have from being able to select my products
Man, I should
and
have
my open
exited when
source
I had a
project.
chance.
Listen, you put a dime and you will listen to the whole song. Hey, listen, all this peace that I had, I don't have no worries. My clusters scale and they scale down and they come and
Would you
go
say
with
they make
freedom.
music? You know what you should do? This would be a good project. You should make an application that every time your cluster scales, it makes music. It creates a song uh every time your cluster scales, and then you can then post that if you want to the blockchain as a picture and then sell it like saying, hey, my cluster scaled at two to four. This the song that it made. This is what it looked like, and then sell
Listen,
that on the blockchain.
I'm
I
a
bet
I'm
you
a
that'll
work
sell.
I'm gonna work on that after I work on getting those sounds consistently called notifications into the Think Big bank account. You know, again, every time we scale a cluster, that Think Big bank account should grow. But before Roger leaves, yeah. So all that piece that I have with Rancher and whatnot, that's I go in the clubhouse because it's chaos and I just want a little hot sauce in my ear before I go to sleep at night. That's all.
That don't be hot sauce. That be straight mudslide.
And listen, it's a bunch of nonsense, but it's not my monkey and not my circus. So I just sit back and go to sleep. After I put the rain sounds on, I put Clubhouse on.
Man, that thing be in there on a mess. Arjun, you gotta go in there one time when they talking, and I be in there, and they were like, a woman should a
Oh
woman
yeah.
be going out on a date with a man if he don't have his money up, if he's only making 35,000? Should she be going on a date and building with him? I be like, bro,
Hey,
when the last time you seen a paycheck where your total was 35,000? You have not seen that. This is not your conversation.
hey, listen. One time I heard from Tamika in a while, so I was like, I should just go up in here and start a room. Say, should women use computers? And see Tamika pop up out the wood. That's it's just like food for the fodder. It's like here she come. Little girl, where you been? She out here on conferences and traveling and stuff and building her business. So, but
Hey
not
man, don't get me started. We already had the guy from Boise today. We
oh
already
god.
had,
Yeah,
you
no,
know.
on to bigger and better things like sleep.
Yeah, man. That's like I said. That's not our fight.
Nope, not at all. Not at all.
That's not our fight. That's not where we need to be at.
Mm-mm.
I appreciate everybody for hanging out. I'm glad you all rock with us too. Shout out to D and give a shout out to D in the back.
Woo-hoo.
She been there. CAU.
Oh gosh. Thank you, D. Thank you.
Yeah, and
Shout out to
shout out.
CAU.
Look at him! Shout out to CAU. You see that shade? Oh
That wasn't
God!
no.
You
Listen,
see that shade?
this couldn't happen without CAU. So thank you CAU for creating such a
I'm gonna need a little bit
awesome
more
product.
energy than that.
Hey CAU, CAU, woo woo. Whatever y'all do down there.
Sounds like a hater to me.
Lord, it's time to go because this is gonna get worse. I'm going to Clubhouse. Where's the room at?
See, no, you don't need to go to
I'm going to
Clubhouse.
sleep.
You don't need to go to
I'm
Clubhouse.
going.
But
I'm going to sleep.
I appreciate you, Mike. I appreciate everybody that started around. Fran, go to bed. Kevin, what's up? Everybody before the billions, everybody that stuck with us. You've been consistent. We appreciate you. I hope you like what you've heard. Don't forget to check out Think Big, thinkbig.com. Go check his site out. Go see what you like and what you're not, what you don't like. Where can they find you on social media?
You can find us at Think Big on Twitter. We're also Think Big on LinkedIn. And thinkbig.com. So you're looking to go ahead and scale up your applications. You're looking to go ahead and add us and augment your DevOps roles and whatnot at your company, at your business. hit us up. Let us know how we can assist. But we are open for business and we are ready to rock and roll.
All right. We'll catch y'all again. We do have another live coming up, I think Thursday. So we'll catch, and then we have our meetup tomorrow night. I'll probably do a live. I'll probably go live with the meetup tomorrow night. Tomorrow I'll be doing a cluster out in Digital Ocean, a Kubernetes
I
cluster
love
in
DO.
Digital Ocean,
Hey, listen, it's a good
Ocean,
place.
and then just deploying the little application and creating a registry just in Terraform, just to explain how they integrate together and what the purpose is, and go from there. Just a little fun. We only
Sounds like
got
a lot of
2
fun.
hours. All right, we'll catch y'all tomorrow.
All
Appreciate you.
right. Thank you. Peace.